Hello, let's go. If I can use my mouse, I have stuff all over my table at the moment. Just to show off the ridiculous amount of resin scraps that I have for making dice. And this is just the one container. Oh, hi, Scryer. This is just one container. I have a second one too. Wait, go grab the other one. The other one's sorted. I was not kidding when I said that I had a bunch of resin scraps. These ones are sorted by color. Hi, Nate. just a little bit. There's a little bit of resin scraps, guys. I'm all dressed up. Yeah, I normally I'll like be wearing like a sweater that I don't care about and stuff for streams because I don't want to get resin on it. But I'm just like I want to be fancy today. So hopefully I don't get resin on everything. But I figure I'm gonna be working on mostly other stuff first, and then maybe I'll take the jacket off so I don't get my sleeves in it. Yeah, just a little bit of scrap. I'm gonna put the sorted stuff away. I'm gonna use that last, if at all possible. Use up some of this other stuff first. And I do have like kind of an idea for it. I was posting all over the place today saying, hey guys, what should I even do with all of the scrap? I did have a good idea. I'm not going to do it. Sorry, that's probably loud. I did have a good idea from someone. Well, Allison, Nate. She gave me the idea. But I did have a good idea from a friend that I do like fake stained glass or like sun catchers or something with it. I think that'd be really cool. I'm not going to do that tonight because I have a different idea for some of this stuff. But I do want to do that at some point. I think that'd be really cool. Now, here, let me put this away. No, my idea for tonight is I want to just cut some of this up and put it in Dominoes. Because part of the thing is with dice, when I cut all of this up and put it back in dice, I end up... Oh, no, that was just a fraction. I have so much. There's so much. So much. Yeah. No, to be fair, the picture that I took, that was a cropped photo. Let me see that again. Let me pull up the photo. Yeah, that's a cropped photo of the resin scraps. Let's see. Let me find the zoomed out version here. Where's the zoomed out version? Yeah, to be fair, it even looks like less because that back part there is my bin here that was packed full. And now I have poured it out, but there's so much. Yeah. I did cut up some of it yesterday to put in dice at some point. There's some blues, some little fragments of blue. I'm not going to use those tonight either because I have these domino molds. I've been working on a set of commission dice. And then I'm gonna have this set of domino molds that I got at one point. Oh, there's a cat here in there already. I have a set of domino molds that I've been wanting to use. I haven't used them yet, but I did some measuring earlier today, and each cavity takes about 10 milliliters, and there's 14 on each one, so that's 28, so that'd be 280 milliliters. And one of these is 100, and I'm figuring I'm only gonna fill it up about halfway. And then I'll do a solid color for the back so that you can't tell what the dominoes are. Yeah, exactly. You put some scrap into dice and you end up with more scrap. But at least if I'm putting it in something that's a little bit bigger, this isn't going to really produce all that much scrap like dice do, because with the dice you have the lid and you have all that resin that ends up between the lid and the base part. And this you don't have that because it's open face. So it really shouldn't produce all that much scrap. So I think maybe I'll start doing some like slightly larger projects like this and using some of my leftover resin scrap in these. Oh, but for the Dominoes, yeah. So I figured out that altogether, because there's what, 28 Dominoes? Is that how many's in a set? Is that the correct number in a set? Yeah, that makes sense. It's all of the combos. But yeah, so there's 28, so that would be 280 milliliters total to fill these up. But I'm only going to fill them up, I only really need to fill them up about halfway or maybe a third. And then I'm going to do a solid color so that if you have them flipped over, you can't tell which one it is, because you want them to be kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? The first word that came to mind was anonymous. You know, you don't want to know which domino you're grabbing when you grab Dominoes. So that's the plan here. So it's not a big deal that I'm not going to have enough resin, because I figure I'll do 100 milliliters. That's how much one of my little mixing cups holds. And then a set of dice takes about 30. So I'll end up with about 60 left, which, you know, even half, to be fair, even half of what I need is what, 140? Ugh. That's only going to be about a fourth, a little bit less than a fourth. I think it'll be okay, because my plan is to fill these in with a bunch of resin scrap. So I'm going to start cutting up some of this. I'm not going to cut it up as small probably as the other stuff that I just showed you, the blue. Some of it might be that small, kind of as like a glitter sort of thing, like a resin glitter, but some of it I think I'm just going to leave as slightly larger pieces. Hi Bosun, how you doing? I'm showing off my little bit of resin scrap here, but we're going to use some of it, so that's good at least. I found this cup that I had from before that had like some random resin scrap and some glitter and stuff, and I'm just going to use this and cut up some pieces here and throw it in here. I think just use that. Yeah, but like I said, I can probably go a little bit bigger since this is going to go in the Dominoes. Yeah, only a bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, guys. But like I was saying before, I do like the idea that a friend gave me of turning some of it into like sun catchers, or like fake stained glass. I might keep some of these larger flat pieces for that, because I could cut out shapes, and then I'm figuring I could cut out shapes and then maybe like attach it together with some of the UV resin or something like that, and make some sort of stained glass type thing. So I'll keep some of these larger pieces for that. You have to put a name. You have to put exclamation mark bonk and then at someone. Alright, let me pull out some of these larger pieces. These are old. You can tell because they're my old mold style. But some of the smaller stuff, let's get that all. That's kind of an interesting piece. There you go. All right, have fun, Scryer. Good luck. Oops, why did I put those in there? I didn't put those in there. I wanted the big pieces in here, not the other way around. That one might be a little big. Okay. All right. How's everybody else doing? I'm oops. All right. Obviously figuring out things to do. It's a little bit busy this week. I know how you're doing. Yeah, you're having your monthly existential crisis about careers. I feel like we trade off. It's all good. It's all good. Just yeah, no, yeah. Okay, some of these pieces that are a little bit bigger, like I said, I'm gonna throw back in here. Some of, like the clear stuff too isn't really as useful to me necessarily. But no, I think to a certain extent we're all still figuring out what we want to do with our lives. At least everyone I know doesn't have a clue. I'm enjoying making dice, but I don't know if I'll do that, you know, forever. I don't know if I'll, you know, get to a point where I can do it for a living even. Like, it just kind of came about for me partially because of COVID, because I finished school right after quarantine started. And so it felt a little weird kind of getting a job at that point. So I started making things because I have some savings and stuff, so it worked out all right. I'm very lucky in that regard. So this just kind of ended up being that's why I don't make coasters out of the resin that I have. They're just not quite heat sensitive. Like, they're a little too heat sensitive. Not heat sensitive enough. Whichever way you want to put it. My hot tea has stuck itself to my coaster over here. That's why I have those coasters and I haven't tried to sell them. I need to find like a resin that's just a little bit more, like, takes just a slightly higher temperature. Because, like, obviously those coasters work. They just melt at just the right temperature that, like, if I set my hot mug on it, it will stick to it. Or, here, I'm gonna grab the other one. You can see, let's see if you can see. If you look at, yeah, you can kind of see those lines there, that little dent there. That happened because of a hot mug. And that's about as bad as it gets, there with that little dent in the corner. But I'm not gonna sell coasters if they don't work. So I really should find some resin that takes just a slightly higher temperature. I just haven't actually done the research for it. That's always the thing. There's always like one little thing that stops me from doing stuff. And I just need to take the time to do things. That's me with, like, talking about making YouTube videos. I haven't because I'm like, I don't want to try and figure out the camera stuff. Also just, you know, paralysis by analysis, where I'm like, do I want to do craft videos? I mean, I do. Do I also want to do, like, game videos? Those are much easier to film. Because I don't have to drag a camera anywhere and, like, you know, set up multiple angles. You don't have to set up multiple angles if you're doing, like, a gaming video. Because you just have, you know, whatever's on the screen and then you. And I could film that with just, like, my webcam. That's why I got that webcam originally. The problem is, of course, I don't play a lot of games. I don't play a lot of video games. I play, like, puzzle games. I recently started Minecraft, which I play with Nate. I don't play a lot of video games. Again, it's a time thing. I just don't feel like I have the time for it. I mean, I can find the time for it. Obviously, we've been playing Minecraft probably far too much. But also, to be fair, if I film it, it gives me an excuse to do it. That's part of what this is to a certain extent, streaming. Only once a week. Yeah, I know. Sometimes twice, but yeah, really. Yeah, well, I mean, we do it on, like, a weekend at night, usually. We usually do it on, like, or Sunday afternoon or something like that. So I feel like we don't play for, like, a ridiculous amount of time. There's so many things I want to do in that game, though. But see, if I played Minecraft and filmed it, it would give me an excuse to play it more. But like I was saying with streaming, like, I've used Saturday as an excuse to start some arts and crafts projects that I've been wanting to work on and just haven't made the time for. Like the bow tie and waistcoat with the moss on it that I'm slowly embroidering. The painting over here of a crow that we did on stream. That's one that I should bring that back, actually. Work on that some more. I can pull those up if anyone wants to see them. I don't know if people were here for those or not. Yeah, I'll grab those. the crow painting. Oops. Ooh, there we go. Crow painting that we did on stream. The legs are a little off. Don't look at it too closely. Just need to fix those. And well, here's the bow tie that we've been working on, adding some like kind of fake moss to it. I have a whole waistcoat that I want to do, and this thing's gonna take forever. Yeah, but I'm slowly adding moss. So it just kind of looks like it's growing on there a little bit. And I think I want to make some polymer clay, like little mushrooms. I mentioned this before. I saw someone who did that, and it looked so cool. And if I was gonna like sell it, I wouldn't probably do that, just because I don't want to like steal someone else's stuff. But since I'm making it for myself, you know, it's all good. But basically what I was saying is that if I film things, it gives me an excuse to do them. So I've been debating that. I need to figure out just kind of what I want to do with that, because I do want to do, I think, YouTube videos at some point. The other thing I guess I was I'm just going to chat at you guys about. The other thing I was debating on that earlier today was if I do end up doing both, well, so I'm slowly adding my Twitch videos to YouTube, very slowly. I really only have some of the very old ones on there at the moment. But here, I'll move that over so you can see. I'm debating on like if I want to have my Twitch VODs and some craft videos and maybe some gaming videos. Do I want those all on the same channel? Or do I want, like, separate channels? I don't know. I don't really know how that works. I've seen that people will sometimes have, like, their primary channel and secondary channel for, like, something else, but I don't know if I really want, like, 3 channels? I don't know. I need to think on that. I guess maybe the way to go is have the channel that I currently am uploading the VODs on, have it just be like a Twitch VOD channel. And then maybe set up a separate channel for craft videos. And then I'm debating if I want to do then a separate channel for game videos or do those on the same channel. But I guess maybe it'd make sense to have the VODs on their own channel, just so that they're not cluttering up everything else. Because I feel like streams are different than YouTube videos. Alright. This is going to be a little bit of time. Let's get some... But I am, like I said, going to cut these into slightly larger pieces since they're going to go in Dominoes, which are a little bit bigger. I'm curious what you guys think, too. If you have any opinion. I don't know why I said opinion. Yeah, that was the other thing I was thinking about earlier today. Oh, I thank you, Bosun. I'm not wearing a tie. I don't know why I did that. That was I was thinking about that either yesterday or earlier today too, is that, oh, I should really set up playlists on the channel, maybe. Put the Twitch stuff on in a playlist. So, maybe I'll go that route. Maybe I'll just put everything on one channel and just make sure I have playlists for things. That'd probably be easier, quite honestly. Yeah, I don't know if you were here earlier, Boasted, when I was saying I just felt like being fancy today. I usually wear clothes that I wouldn't care if I got a little bit of resin on them. vampire literature professor. Am I a vampire or am I teaching vampire literature? I mean, both. I'm okay with either of these, but like, I am curious about. I'm a vampire teaching vampire literature. This seems like the best outcome. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Yeah, I'll probably lose the jacket though for actually pouring resin, just because I don't want to get my sleeves in it. I feel like that's more likely to happen. I'm not as worried if I get my shirt sleeves in it. This shirt's a little bit old anyways. The neck is yellowing a whole bunch. I noticed that when I was putting it on today. I'm like, I wonder if I could bleach this. I should figure out how to bleach my whites. How do you do that? Why is it wet here? I spilled tea. When did I spilled tea on the... Okay. We may have a surprise guest appearance from my brother later, because he's making apple pie at the moment, and he said he'd bring me a piece. This one's a good piece for this. I'm bringing out the big guns, aka the big scissors. I can cut through some of these thicker pieces with it. Well, here, while I'm cutting this up, let me walk you through the dice that we're going to be working on today. Like I said, this is for a set of Dominoes. I wanted to get rid of some of this resin scrap. There's so much of it. But the set of dice that I'm going to be working on today is a commission set, and the idea is that they are like a dark blue with like a gold foil, and then like a clear with like streaks of blood through it sort of look. I did one already as a sort of test, just to make sure that the colors and everything were what the person wanted. Let's see if I can show this off. This one has we'll see if it focuses. I can't actually see that because of but anyways, so it has the blue and then it has some like kind of red in there. I think it went unfocused. And this one has a rose in it, and I think this is probably good. I think this one is done, because that was one of the things that the person asked for, was a rose. And then I have different items for each die, and I made a couple of them. I'll show you. We'll see if you guys can tell what this is, because I feel like you should be able to tell. If not, I've not done my sculpting skills properly. It's so small though, it's hard to get some of those fine details. But there's that little guy. And then so that's a little gargoyle. And then I have, again, it's so hard to get things super detailed at this small size. Some people are really good at it. I'm still getting better at it. And then I have some more little tiny chess pieces. So there's some little tiny chess pieces. And we may just use one, we may use all three. Haven't decided yet. I'm going to see how things fit. If we do all three, I'll probably build a little bit of like a skeleton and have them kind of suspended in the die, so they're kind of all in different little areas. But that is the idea. And then the other ones, I'm going to have to do a little bit of like a skeleton. Oh, it didn't focus again. How strange. Okay. Now we're back. The other ones, I have some bones. I showed off on a previous stream. I had an owl pellet sitting around my house that I hadn't like dug through. I messaged a group chat I have with Nate's part of it. I messaged them and was showing off bones that I found in it. And I mentioned that I just had an owl pellet sitting around the house, and they're like, only you, Liz. Only you would have a random owl pellet sitting around your house. That's the one that I got I'm pretty sure it's a full rat skull out of. Where did I set that? Did I put that back? A second. Oh, it's right in front of me. The jaw's off. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to attach it. And obviously the skull's broken a little bit, but there's a full, if you're squeamish, look away. There's a full, I think it's a rat skull in there. It had all sorts of other little tiny bones as well, so we're going to use some of those little tiny bones from the owl pellet. And then I have a couple other things here that we're going to put in there as well. Seashell, little metal charm that I'm going to build a framework for and suspend, and a piece of snake skin. And then we have the one with the rose in it already. Alright. So that's the plan. Hopefully I don't take too long cutting things up. I always do though. It always takes forever to cut things up. I spent, oh here, I can show you guys some dice that I pulled out fairly recently. One of which took me a long time to make, and they didn't really turn out great. They took a long time to make and didn't really turn out great, but I'm not too mad about it because they did tell me what I can change next time. Let me show you. I've been talking about making geode dice for a while now, and really I've just been kind of trying to do it lazily, and so finally I just sat down and made some little crystal clusters to put in to some dice. I had some little like crystal, like resin crystals that I made. I made a mold out of some little tiny crystals and then made some resin ones. I've used all the purple ones. And so I went and made some crystal clusters, and I'll show you the D20, and then I'll talk about why it didn't quite work out. So let's see if I can show this to you. If it'll. So the problem is that one of, like the crystal in here, if you look at that crystal, it was purple, but it was translucent. Actually, both of them were, the big crystals. They're purple, but they're translucent. And so when I poured the clear resin in, it kind of blurred the edges a little bit. They're kind of hard to like see the shape. So they just don't necessarily look like crystals all that much. They have kind of a blurry outline to them, which is just unfortunate. I mean, I feel like the D4 actually looks pretty cool. It has, you can see kind of what I was going for there. There's like a rock, some like crystals, some iridescent stuff, little tiny pieces that stick up here and there. Yeah, but the clear here, it might be easier to see in the D6. You can kind of see off to the side there, if it'll focus. Oof, it's very confused about what color things should be. There we go. You can kind of, oh wow, it found it for a second, and then it unfound it. There we go. You can kind of see off to the side there, it's just kind of blurry around. Well, now it's all blurry again because it never wants to focus. Oh, but the edges around that purple crystal in there are just, they're very like soft. It doesn't look super crystally. So it's just unfortunate. So basically what I'm going to change next time is, because I do want to do these again. I do want to try these again. And there's certain like ones that worked out, and those are the ones that were opaque. So the next time I'm just going to make the crystals opaque, and that should solve the issue. Yeah. Oh, here's the other set that I pulled out yesterday, and we'll see if you can actually see what makes them cool, because they just look white, but then if you get them at the right angle, it's hard to, well, let's see if I can. Never likes to focus so close. It's really hard to show off anyways with the glare, but it has swirls of like purple and gold shimmer in it. So it looks white, and then if you get light on it at the right angle, there's just swirls of like a purple and a gold. I don't know. You can kind of see it a little bit, but not very well, because there's just kind of glare whenever I try to angle it quite right. You can kind of see it there. You can kind of see the purple a little bit. I think I'm gonna have to take a video of these to show them off eventually, but because it's really hard to get the to show off the color on those. They look very very kind of bland, I feel like, and then until you get the light at the right angle. Still debating what I want to do next dice-wise too. I always need to do more sanding. That's always the thing. I actually have quite a few sets over here that need sanded. I'm slowly attempting to like make more dice, just so I can sell more. That does remind me, the shop will be restocked on Friday. So there will be new things in the shop this Friday. I'm trying to see if I can get some last minute things polished. But I kind of doubt it. I feel like I could get more done in a month, but I just haven't. I only have like 13 sets done at the moment to go in the shop. Only like 13. I was hoping for more than that. I mean, to be fair, I would have had one more than that, but I sold a set that was going to go in my shop because someone messaged me for a commission and asked for something that I had just finished. They were like, hey, I want something that's like kind of these colors. I'm like this, and they're like, yes, that's perfect. I'm like, all right, this works out. So I just sold it to them. I don't mind if people have requests for things. I don't usually mind trying to fulfill them. I did have someone ask for Vampire the Masquerade dice the other day. I need to figure that out, because you can just play it with D10s, but it looks like you can also do kind of like special dice. I really should talk to them, because D10s would be easy enough to do, but if they want the ones that are like, I wonder why it's D10s. It doesn't need to be D10s. Oh, I guess it does need to be D10s. Now I'm thinking about it, because you have your critical successes and stuff. But yeah, no, I need to probably. That looks like it's clear. That can go in there. Talk to them and find out if just D10s would be good, or if they're thinking custom faces. Because I could do custom faces if there's like a market for it, but getting Dice Masters printed is spandy. Is that just clear? That's just clear. So I think eventually maybe I should get myself like a resin printer, so I can just print my own masters and stuff. But I don't know if I want to I don't know if I want to like put in the effort that is printing my own masters. Because obviously, I mean, that takes time and energy to do. and it's just easier. I guess I'm kind of willing to pay for convenience to a certain extent, but I'm not willing to pay for convenience if it's not actually going to be useful to me. Which is why I'm like, could probably reach out to the people that I've gotten my other masters through. They were very helpful in getting the Fate dice masters made for me, because they didn't have anything like that. I just reached out and said, hey, could I order something like this with the plus? Those are the six-sided dice with the pluses and minuses on them. And they're like, yeah, that sounds fun. We can work on that. So I mean, I feel like they might work with me on making some custom D10s. And I'd be happy to supply the designs for the faces and stuff, but they're just spandy. Oops, that's the wrong container. No, come back. Come back, little piece of resin. You go over here. I should make some more galaxy dice too. It's been a while since I've made some of those. I'll have a couple more of those available this restock as well. For anyone who doesn't know, it's probably the only type of dice that I have fairly consistently restocked. I think I have a few other designs that might end up there. I posted about some sunrise dice on social media a while back. Those are the ones that the person reached out asking about sunrise dice, and I was like, oh, I just finished these. But those people seemed interested in those, so I might try and make like a bunch of those. But the galaxy dice I've had, those were one of the first sets that I put in the store, and they've pretty much stayed in the store. They're pretty fun to make though. I like making dice. It has been fun doing like different dice every time. That was kind of what happened with the galaxy dice to a certain extent, because obviously I was making just the one kind. Well, I was making more than one kind, but I was making like 5 of one kind at a time. But this way, I can see what people are interested in. And I can try out all sorts of different fun things, which is more fun. It's probably more fun for you guys to watch me make different things every time as well, so, you know, it's just, I don't know, it's more interesting to do something different every time and try out some of these new materials, see how things work, see what I like working with, what I don't like working with. There's so much resin. I'm actually feeling pretty good today. I was in kind of a bad mood yesterday. I think it's because I didn't get enough sleep. Did I go to sleep late or something like that? Oh, I finally poured resin at like 1 in the morning. That's what it was. That was Monday night. I worked like 10 hours on Monday. I've decided to kind of keep track of like the hours I'm working, just so that I have kind of an idea. And it was harder to tell. Obviously I did not work as many hours like yesterday, because I spent a bunch of the day running around with my brother trying to fix a plumbing issue, and it took forever. So I probably only worked like 4 or 6 hours yesterday. But I really should be. I should have kept better track of how much I worked today. I'm just trying to get an idea of how much I work a week. I'm curious, because I don't really know. Like, I did kind of an estimate, but it really didn't take into account a lot of the little things that I do, like cleaning up my workspace or setting up stuff or anything like that. It's just, yeah. There's a lot of little things that just add up. It's really, I have a bit hard time figuring out how long things take. because it's hard for me to add all those little tiny numbers together because I don't mean it. They're inconsequential and then they add up. Ah, my scissors! No, come back! Where did you go? Uh-oh, where did you? Oh, they're there. Oh. Also, if any of you are feeling underdressed, don't worry, I am wearing cat slippers. If that makes you feel better. I have like 2 pairs. Do I have 3 pairs of slippers? Did I keep that 3rd pair? I don't know if I still have that 3rd pair. I have 2 pairs of slippers that I use, and they're both cat themed. And actually, the 3rd pair that I was trying to remember if I still have or not, they were also cat themed. I don't think I have those anymore. I don't wear them much, anyways. But yes, these are. They've got little kitty cats. Look, they've got little kitty cats. To be fair, this probably looks really weird to anyone who doesn't know me, because I have my foot right here. But look at the little kitty cats. It looks like I just have someone else's foot that I've pulled up on screen. It's like, To be fair, I don't think I've seen it from that angle. It doesn't look like bodies should bend that way. Alright. Slowly adding to our pile of scraps to use out of our resin scraps that we have. There's so much, guys. I am still looking for more ideas too. I'm also looking for, this might sound, if you guys are tired of me talking about business stuff, or if it feels like it's like, I don't know, I'm just rambling because that's what's going on in my life at the moment, but like if it's annoying, let me know. Like, you guys probably don't care about my day-to-day business musings of how do you price things. I don't know how to price things. But I'm still looking for like more ideas for things to sell. I'm trying to figure out something that's a good like bread and butter item. And I mean that in the sense that it's like something that I can make in large batches that people would like. And like soaps like that, candles are like that, but I also wasn't selling any soap or candles. I like making soap, but they're one of those things where I feel like you want to smell it before you buy it. Some people, I mean, there's some beautiful soaps out there that people sell online that I'm not surprised, like, they're just beautiful. But I feel like it's, I like going to like farmers markets and stuff and smelling soaps. I'm figuring once farmers markets and holiday bazaars and that sort of stuff can happen again, I might go back to making more soap and go do some like farmers markets or holiday bazaars and that sort of stuff, because I can make a lot of soap at a time. So like I'm trying to think of some like little things, I guess, that I could make that people would be interested in, that I can make, a lot of. And so like soap's an idea, but I'm kind of not sure. I don't think it's going to end up being something resin, because this stuff you don't really do. I mean, I guess there's smaller things I could do in large batches, but like dice for sure, they're very much each individually a project to work on. Each set of dice, you have your pouring. Here, I'm gonna walk you through making a set of dice. So you guys usually just see like the pouring part here on Twitch. You usually just see me and the setup. I do the setup on stream too. So I get all my materials ready. I sometimes have something set up before stream, but stuff like this where I'm just working on getting things into the correct sort of shape, I'll do on stream. But so setup and pouring, and we usually make, let's say, 3 sets of dice at a time. That's usually how many I make at a time. 3 sets of dice. I usually stream for 2.5 to 3 hours. So let's say 3. Let's say then it takes an hour for to make each set of dice. And to be fair, a lot of that is obviously spent by me waffling and just, you know, doing things inefficiently, I'm sure. I feel like I work kind of slow, but that's okay. But let's say an hour for a set of dice. It's probably a little bit less than that because we're making 3 sets of dice in 2.5 hours or so. We'll say that. And then those go into the pressure pot, and we wait 24 hours before we can unmold them. So, well, about 24. I usually will wait about 20 to 24. So we'll say 20. Wait 20 hours, go and pull them out of the pressure pot. And then we have to wait another 24 hours so that they can cure fully, because the type of resin that I use, it's cured after 24 hours, but it's not fully cured until like 48. And that's fairly common. Some people will let their dice sit for like a week, even before going to sand and polish them, because really, here, I'm gonna go up a little bit so you can see my hands here. Since I'm working up here. So, another 24 hours. And then I will I can work on sanding them. And I really only do like 3 different papers, and then I'll get onto that in a second. So sanding them, I'll work on, a couple, like, I don't know, 3, let's say an hour for each set. Let's say that I work on 4 sets and I do it for 4 hours. That seems about right. It's probably more like 3 sets for 4 hours. It takes about 4 hours to do 3 sets of dice, I think. I should actually take a closer look at that, because now I'm trying to remember how many sets of dice I usually do at a time. It's possible it's closer to like 2 sets of dice plus a few for 4 hours, or 3 hours. We'll say maybe an hour per set of dice. That just makes it easier. That's a larger piece that can go in here. So we've got an hour to pour a set of dice, an hour to sand, or 2 days for them to cure, an hour to sand a set of dice, and that's actually cut down because from there I toss them into a tumbler. I think it's the tumbler that I got is like technically for like shell casings or something. It's just a vibratory tumbler. Did I get that one on Amazon or Harbor Freight? I can't remember. I don't remember where I got that one. But I throw it in there, and it has some hardwood. Oh, that's clear. I don't know how I'm pulling that off. I don't want clear. It has like little tiny cubes of hardwood, and I put like a squirt of plastic polish in there, mix it up with the hardwood, and then throw in about 30 dice at a time, max. So, each set is about 7 pieces. So that's what, let's see, 14, 28. So that's maybe like 4 sets of dice. I'll do about 4 sets of dice at a time. That's only 28. It's about 30. I'm so glad I have a math degree. I did that way too slowly. This is completely off topic for the dice, but I was never good at times tables. I didn't pass a times table until my very last one in 6th grade. And I have a degree in math, so they're stupid. I could do math. I just can't do memorization. So that's fun. Okay, so I go and I put them in the tumbler with some plastic polish, and usually I'll run that like overnight. And then I'll come and check on it in the morning, pull everything out, put a little bit more plastic polish in, and run it some more during the day. And I'll usually run it for like overnight, during the day a little bit, and then overnight again. And that's usually about when things are done. I maybe let them run a little bit more than that, maybe through the next day too. So about 2 days in the tumbler. So let's see, how much work I've done about 2 hours of work, and it's taken at least 5, pour 1, 2. So there's 3. So it's taken at least 5 days. So about 2 hours of work and about 5 days for a set of dice so far. I should probably up. I really need to up. I don't know. Sorry, I'm thinking about. I hate it when hate it when I take longer than the estimated time for commission dice, but sometimes it's just because I have to order things and they take time to come in. But I always feel bad, so maybe I should extend that a little bit, but I don't know. So 5 days, 2 hours of time. So then I pull those out, and I go and set them in. I have a little bowl in my office, and I'll pull them out and throw them in there. And then next time I'm in my office, I will fill that bowl with some warm Kiss X Sleep. Hello! Welcome. I'm talking about my dice making process at the moment and how long it takes to do things, because it takes a long time. But after I pull the dice out of the tumbler and put them in the bowl, I'll fill that with a little bit of warm water and a little bit of like dish soap. I have a soft toothbrush that I take to those to get all of the like grit from sanding out of the numbers and all the polish out of the numbers, because both of those like to build up in there. How long does that probably take me? That doesn't take me very long. That's, I don't know, maybe an hour for the 4 sets, so 15 minutes each? I don't know. I haven't actually measured how long that takes. So we'll say 15 minutes maybe. I don't usually do 4 sets at a time, I don't think. But I don't know. But how are you doing today, Kiss X Sleep? I'm just rambling, but I'm always happy to hear from folks in the chat. Yeah, so that's, we'll say another 15 minutes. Really, you know. So maybe 2 hours and 15 minutes so far. And then, you know, let those dry. And then I ink them, so that's filling in the numbers. Oh, how long does it take me to ink them? Maybe 45 minutes at least? So we'll say about, hello Jen! Welcome! I'm talking about how long it takes to make dice. So let's say 45 minutes to ink a set of dice. I really should. Working on the island you're building? The island? What are you building an island in? I do want to hear what you're building an island in. I'm curious to hear about that. But like as I was saying, so let's say 45 minutes then to ink a set of dice. So we're up to about 3 hours of active work time on a set of dice. Yeah, probably about 3 hours on a set of dice, and then at that point, they're done. I mean, then packaging and everything takes time too, but yeah, probably about three hours of active work time on a set of dice, and then how many days is that? Oh, in Minecraft, woo! Oh, I recently got Minecraft, and I'm having so much fun playing Minecraft. That's one of the things I was debating making YouTube videos of, because I just want excuses to play it more now. I've been having fun. I want to build more things. I like building things. That was kind of what I guessed, because I couldn't think of like a lot of other games where you build islands. I guess maybe like Animal Crossings, and that sort of stuff. But that was my guess. But maybe I just have Minecraft on the brain. But yes, how many days? So pouring, pulling out, letting sit. On that same day that I let them sit, I can then sand, and then you put them in the tumbler, and then and then put them in the tumbler. leave them in the tumbler, and then like clean them off and ink them. So that's like 6 days. So it takes about a week to make a set of dice, and about 3 hours of active work time. And that's cut down because before I got like the tumbler, it would take me another hour. So that would have been like 4 hours of active work time. Really, the sanding takes a long time. I don't know. Maybe I'm off on my estimates. If Scryer's still there sanding things, she should chime in with how long it takes to sand a set of dice. Because I think I'm right when saying that it used to take me like 2 hours, and now it takes me 1 hour. I think. So, yeah. Takes about a week and 3 hours of active work time. I partially just went through that just because I was trying to figure it out for myself. But that is my estimate. Oh, yeah. No, I'm moving off of that topic now. I have a tendency to like become obsessed with like one thing at a time. And it varies how long I'm obsessed with that thing. Usually about like 6 months to a year. Usually I'll get really into something. How many dice can be tumbled at once? About 30. About 30 is the max. So about, 4 sets of dice or so. And if like a few extras, if I have some like spare d20s or something. You can do about 30 at once. I don't think I'd put any more than that in there, just because I think they'd hit each other quite a bit. 30 is kind of the max, I think. And that's kind of what I've heard from other people too. When I was researching tumblers, I was looking at some other like dice making forum type things, and that's about what people said as well. Also, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. What I was saying though about, yeah, I tend to get like obsessed with like one thing at a time. So, for a long while, that has been Critical Role, which is a D&D show, and it's kind of funny. Uh-oh, who gave Bosun bonking privileges? No, that's how we greet each other in chat. Bonk each other on the head with a cardboard tube. So yeah, for a while it's been Critical Role. And you have been bonked. Yes, you have been bonked by the tube of bonking. Uh-oh. Someone's been wrapping Christmas presents. There's too many cardboard tubes. Which, like I was saying, is like a D&D show. And it's kind of funny because I've known about it forever. Like, I heard about it from a D&D buddy years back and thought that there was way too many hours, and I was like, I'm not going to get into this. And then I've now watched the entire thing, both season 1 and season 2. A lot of hours. And I'm all like caught up now. There's still plenty of other things I could go back and watch if I really wanted to. They have one-shots and stuff, but I haven't. And then, like I said, more recently, my brain is now well, for a while, my brain has been dice. Ooh, that's dice. I was telling my brother earlier, I think we were driving somewhere, that I went back and looked at like the mass manufactured dice that I have, because I've played D&D since I was a kid, and I don't have a ton of dice, but I had, let's see, maybe like 10 sets of dice. And I went back and I was looking at those, and I realized that, one, I could tell you what kind of molds they were made in. Like if it was a sprue mold or a cap mold. I use cap molds where there's 2 pieces and there's like a flat face, And then sprue molds, they have like just like one point that comes out of the die at the top. I could tell which kind of molds they were, and if usually I could tell you which where the sprue was, or like which face had the cap. It's harder to tell which face had the cap, but I could tell you where the sprue was for sure on these dice. And I started noticing that not too long after I started making dice. And then more recently I went back and looked at them again, and I was looking at how they were like finished, and I realized, oh, these aren't actually like sanded great or anything. Like, I'm like, I could tell where the sprue was, and also it was on this edge here, and they just kind of cut it off and like filed it down a little bit. Like, it's not completely smooth or anything. And I never noticed. I was telling my brother about this, and he's like, well, that must make you feel a lot better about any imperfections you find on your own dice. Because if you didn't notice that in the mass manufactured ones, then people probably aren't going to notice if there's a little problem with your dice. I'm like, oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. If I couldn't even notice it, then other people probably aren't going to. Although, to be fair, I'm not the most observative. What's the word I'm looking for? No, what? It's not observative. Observant! I'm also not the most English, either. I'm not the most observant person. Thanks, Jen! That's a good idea. Actually, I might just stand up. Oh, I was sitting here sanding some things earlier, and then my hip hurt a little bit. I think maybe it's because I was sitting on the stool here for so long. So I have a... No! Oof! Standing for 8 hours. That is a long time to be standing. It's really not good to be standing for 8 hours. It's really not good to be sitting for 8 hours. Like... Ugh! Ugh! No, no, no! I'm assuming it's for work, but ew. 8 hours is too long to be standing. But yes, that is part of the reason that I have a work is rude. Yeah, that is part of the reason that I have a standing table here and a stool, is because it's not good. It's not good to be standing for 8 hours or sitting for 8 hours. And also, like I move around too much, but also I want to sit, and it is you're now frantically trying to find the cap or spur marks. It's harder to see with the cap ones, but sprue marks I can find now pretty easily. I have a die that is messed up. It's beautiful, and I'm debating whether I should try and fix it or not, because I think I could sand it down and fix it. But one of the faces is bowed out, and actually I think it's the one face, and so it never lands on a 20. It's like, no! It's bowed out, and so I'm pretty sure that it was a cap mold, and that's where the cap was, because it seems like the number has been shifted a little bit. I think maybe like the cap was shifted slightly. Hello. Ooh. Yeah. Thank you. Haha. Pie delivery. I have been brought fresh apple pie by my lovely brother. So now you guys have to deal with me eating apple pie while working, because I'm not gonna wait to eat fresh apple pie. Who's gonna do that? There we go. I can go on the stool for now. It'll just taunt you guys in the background. Hopefully I don't forget about it, because that's something I would do. Have you found any of the sprue marks on your dice, Bosun? I think a lot of mass manufactured dice use sprues, just because it's easier for that sort of thing. You should eat and shower. Jen, go eat and shower. I'll be here. I'll be here. Go take care of yourself. Even if you missed this stream, I'll be here on Saturday. So go take care of yourself. Also, I'm going to take far too long and spend a bunch of time cutting up resin pieces, so. Oh, really? All very well sanded or capped, all very smooth. Oh, okay. To be fair, not, like, even the ones with the sprue marks, like, some of them are very well sanded and everything, too. I can just tell where they are, because I know I know how resin flows, so I can tell where in, like, the pattern of the resin it came from. Some of it's that. It's not even, like, a sanding thing, it's just, I can tell which point on this die all of this resin flowed from. So that's obviously where the sprue was. But it's one of those things where if I hadn't really started doing this, I really would not have noticed at all, or even thought about it. Hello, I'm eating apple pie. And I did actually set up a lurk command now. I really don't have... What sort of commands would people find useful in the chat? I am curious. At the moment, I literally have 3 and 2 of them are jokes. So, I'm wondering what commands in the chat people would actually find useful. The one that gets us cats? Okay. I mean... I thought you guys were cats. Because you're the chat, and in French, that's cat. That's gonna be way too long to explain that as a joke. I feel like if I have to explain it, it's just not gonna be funny. all the cool cats in the chat. I'm gonna start talking like that. There is a hair. I think it's cat hair. There's a cat hair in my pie. There's cat hair everywhere in my house. That's still hot. In a good way. Like, it's nice. Yeah, the one that itchy cats. Like I said, I have a like a channel points thing that's for like cats, but I'm not gonna do it when I'm pouring resin, just because it's not really safe for them to be in here while I'm pouring resin. I guess maybe I could set it up. I could set it up where if you guys use cat cam while I am in the craft room, that like if you do that with the channel points, I show you a picture of my cats on my phone, because I've got a lot of pictures of my cats. Like, that's my phone, all the pictures on my phone are of like dice or cats at this point. There's not much else on there. It's pretty much those two things. Oh, I was talking earlier, forgot how I got on this topic. I was talking earlier about how I tend to get obsessed with like one thing at a time. And the thing at the moment is Minecraft, and also specifically Hermitcraft, which is a YouTube series. I've been watching a lot of that, which is very entertaining if you enjoy Minecraft. But I do want excuses to play more Minecraft now. Now that I have got it and gotten a taste. My brother's played it for years. Like, there's things that I remember. Like, I remember before, like, I remember when sticky pistons were a mod. And I remember that because I remember my brother had that as a mod, and he had talked about it. But I don't know a lot about the game. If I was gonna do a YouTube series of me playing Minecraft, it would literally just be like a newbie plays Minecraft, because I don't really know much about the game. I've played it a little bit, like I said, with Nate and my brother, but I haven't actually played like single player. I haven't. I like it partially because I like hanging out with people, but also I want to build things. Like I want to build some cool things, so maybe I'll have to get myself set up a single player world and just like build a whole bunch of stuff. I think I'll probably still play it on survival though. Like there's something satisfying about building things on survival. I don't know why. I think I like gathering resources. I think that's part of it. I just enjoy actually gathering resources. That's very brittle. Probably hit a little bit too much of the hardener in this one. I don't want to take too long cutting up all of this stuff, because when I do work on commission dice, I usually invite the person who ordered the dice, and they said they were probably going to watch. So I always feel kind of bad when I work on something long and tedious before I get around to making their dice. But also I want to get all of my pieces ready before I pour the resin, since there's a work time once you actually make the resin. Once I put the two parts together, I have a limited amount of time to actually use it. So if I'm going to do this, I do want to make sure that I have everything all set up. Oh, okay, cool. I'm glad you're down for chilling. It always takes forever when I decide to do something where I cut up a whole bunch of resin, but that's been my theme today of what am I gonna do with all of this? There's so many. And let's see. I should get up early and go to the bakery to get sweets. I wasn't sure. Like, you said that you were going to be here, and I'm like, I don't recognize that username. But I'm like, it's probably the person that ordered the dice. Oh, thanks, Bosun. Bosun has also ordered dice for me. Oh, well, here, since that's you, I can get your opinion on whether this is what you want for this D10. Like I said, I wasn't sure before. This is the one I showed off before that has, I sent photos. Oh, I'll find a background. Ah, this will work. So this is the one that I sent before that has the blue and the red, and then it has an open rose in it. Ooh, it's very dark here, so let me see if I can. It has an open rose in it. I'm wondering if, oops, no, it's, run away, die, run away, die. I'm wondering if that's what you would like, and if yes, perfect, then this was already done. I did a different test, but it didn't really turn out. I was trying out the snakeskin, because I haven't really worked with it before, and you can't really see it. So, like, I was just trying it out to see how the material was. Let me grab a background again. I was trying out the snakeskin. See if it'll focus. You can't really see it in there, so I'm going to do things slightly differently to get it to show up a little bit better. Got to brush it with pigment. Oh, that's an idea. I can see it in there. I think part of it's just because of the dark blue. It kind of gets swallowed up a little bit. So I'm just going to put it more into the clear with the red. I think it'll show up better. But I could brush it with pigment. And here I have a piece here that this is actually the piece that I cut off before to try out this one, but we'll probably cut that up a little bit. Oops. Yeah, I have all the pieces over here. Were you here earlier, Kiss X Sleep, when I was showing off all the pieces for the dice? I don't know if you were here for that point or not. Brushing it with pigment is a cool idea, though. I should try that, Bosun. I think maybe at some point I will do a full set with like snakeskin and bones. I feel like that'd be cool. And maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll try brushing it with some pigment before I do that. Before I put it in. Love the way I've mixed the colors. Oh, well, thank you. I wasn't sure. Sorry, I won't talk with my mouth full. No worries. No worries. I wasn't sure. I was showing off all the little pieces earlier. It's hard. I don't know how I feel about the face on this guy, but here's a little gargoyle friend that I weathered up a little bit. It's hard. It's hard to work at that scale, but little gargoyle friend that's probably gonna go in the D20 because I think that's the only die it's gonna fit in. And then have little chess pieces. We'll figure out if we want to use just the one or all three, because I think I could make it look like all three are kind of floating in a die. Yes, he's a chunky boy. He's got to go in a chunky die. But yeah, the chess pieces, I was thinking I could have them like all kind of look like they're kind of all floating in a die. That was my original thought. But I could also just do the one chess piece, you know, either way. There's and if all else fails, we could do it one way, and then if we decide we don't like it, well, I'll just make another little chess piece or chess pieces, and we can try it again. Each set of custom dice has like up to 2 repours. I have it written in. And to be fair, that's I was talking about this last time. That's really just repours that I show you. Because if something like does not churn out, like this one, I have repoured the same die like 4 times. It just hasn't turned out. But like I tried to do a repour here, and I'm like, this isn't gonna work, because. And it was, the insert was just a little bit too big, and so you can see it pushed out the side a little bit, so it's just not usable. Oh, you can't really see that, but there's a little yeah, there you can kind of see it sticking out. So that's just not usable. So like I'm not even gonna send a picture of this to the person that's for, because there's no point. But be free, little bee. Be free. Sorry, just a second. I'm eating pie like a bad host. Yeah, I'm less worried about that with the like polymer clay ones that are gonna go in your die. Just because if all else fails, I can sand the polymer clay. Those were little metal beads. I'm not gonna be able to sand those. And also the polymer clay is somewhat malleable, so it shouldn't get pressed up against the side too much. My real only big concern with the polymer clay is getting the gargoyle into the mold, because the wings might be a little delicate. I might end up putting some UV resin on the wings, because one of them is already a little bit cracked, but I don't mind it because it's kind of looks like stone, but it cracked a little bit when I was attaching it. But I'll put a dot of UV resin on there probably to help secure it before I try shoving it into the mold. That's the problem with the D20. Because obviously the D20, it's that size, and then the hole that I have to work with is that size. Jen is back. I feel like that's how you have to like enter the room. It's just throw glitter into the air. Yeah, so you have such a much smaller space to like work through than you do the actual size of the die. So really the D20 can be one of the hardest ones to work with because of that, depending on what I'm trying to do in there. D6 is probably the easiest because it has the same size all the way up and down, so the top is a good size. Probably my favorite dice to work with is the D6, and there's a few reasons. And it's just the easiest to work with. And also I feel like it shows what's inside of it the best. Because you don't have, like with the D20, there's so many facets to it that it kind of distorts the image of what's inside of it. Like, your gargoyle will probably be difficult to see in a still image. Like in person it'll look fine, if you rotate it and stuff you can see it. But if you try to take just a single image of it, you're going to have all of those different angles of the sides, and they'll kind of shift the image a little bit. So it's very hard to see the item as it is. Whereas with the D6, oh, Smoking Badger. Oh, thanks for following the Smoking Badger. Glad you stopped by. No, but the D6, it doesn't have all of those angles. If you're looking at it, if you're looking at what's inside of it, you're probably going to be looking at it from one flat face. And so it's just so much easier to actually see what's inside. Also, D6s are some of my favorites because, let me move this so that I'm not blocking the chat as much, hopefully. They're the easiest to clean up. Quite often I don't even have to sand them at all. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. But if I do, I really only have to sand like one face. But when you pull the D6 out of the mold, I've gotten it kind of to the point, like, here, I'll show you. This is one that hasn't been cleaned up. But you can kind of see, if you look at the corner here, you can kind of see there's a little bit of like a rough edge there, a little bit. That's because that's where the cap was against the base part of the mold. That face was up. But quite often I can just kind of almost sand at an angle a little bit, just very, very lightning, and it gets rid of that little bit of roughness, and you're all set to go. I still throw them in the tumbler just so they're nice and polished, but I want everything to be nice and shiny. But no, the D6s are usually the easiest to clean up. That's part of the reason that, so I'm going to be adding, oh, I need to set up that listing. One of the plans for the Friday restock, because I'm going to be restocking the shop on Friday, for anyone who's interested. New things coming. Not as many things as I was hoping for, but new things. But one of the things I'm going to be adding is custom sets of D6s, like pipped and non. So I got molds for some pipped dice, ones with the dots. But that's part of the reason that a set of, what did I decide on? A set of 12 D6s is the same as a set of 7 polyhedral dice, or D&D dice, just because they're so much easier to clean up and stuff. Probably, let's see, probably the hardest die to clean up is the D20. Because I usually end up having to sand like 4 faces, because I do the face that was up and then I have to do like the 3 that's touching that. Part of that I think is maybe because of the silicone that I use. It might be a little bit softer or something, so it kind of dips down a little bit. I'm not sure, but usually I end up having to sand like 3 faces, or 4 faces. But yeah, no, I'm just thinking D4s often I don't have to sand either. D4s are pretty easy, but you've tried sanding and you always forget which ones you've done. You every day of your life. I think I will treat myself with fish. I think this is just a chat full of cats. Jen eats fish, Bosun eats soap, which doesn't sound like a cat thing, but it's what my cat does, which is not something that I want him to be doing. Just want to put that out there, but whenever there's bar soap, my cat is right after it. Yeah, it's an issue in the upstairs bathroom, but no. I'm sorry that I brought it up. Oh, I forgot you both eat soap. I feel like this is not a sushi. I'm not a big like seafood person, but I do like sushi. Like for the most part, like I'd rather have something else compared to like fish and stuff. I do like shrimp. I do like sushi. It's been a long time since I've had sushi, actually. Maybe I'll have to get that at some point. There's some places near here I could get carry out or. Oh, poke. Okay. I don't am thinking of the poke bowl, but that's a bowl. What is the difference? Is a poke bowl is like when you have the rice and the fish and stuff in a bowl. Oh boy. I'd like to apologize to everybody else in the chat for the two I don't know what to call you guys that are talking about eating soap. I wonder if their mouths got washed out one too many times as a child and just got a taste for it or something. I don't know. But is there a difference between poke and a poke bowl? I'm assuming there is. I'm assuming it's a separate thing. But it usually has like what, like salmon or something? Oh, okay, okay. To be fair, I do have, oh, I really should have put those up. I have a whole bunch of honey soap over here. Like, I have a whole bunch of honey soap. When did I make this? I could probably still put this online. And it's a fragrance oil that smells like honey, but it doesn't have actual honey in it. That's why it's discolored in the middle like that. It looks like it's not great, but actually it's just because there's honey in it. Which I can get all into the science of soap making if you're curious. That's one of my favorite kinds of soap to make. I just love the smell of it. Not the taste, the smell. That's a little bit too much of that, I think. I'll have to add that on Friday as well. Goat milk. Okay. I'm gonna get into the science of soap. And also, I'm curious if by funny self-care day, if you mean by you're like have a self-care day and eat soap. But I like kind of strangely am immune to retail therapy because I hate buying things for myself, which sounds weird. I don't like having other people buy things for me either. I just feel guilty if I spend money, which I feel like that's a complicated thing that we could get into, but probably don't need to. What I was going to say though is that honey and milk actually have the same issue in soap, and that is that when you add any sort of yeah. Yep. I did actually, as a note, I did get myself a couple of things. I did order some things off of that wish list because I ordered myself a set of cheap keycap molds. So I got myself a set of keycap molds to figure out how they work. I've had it suggested to me a couple of times that I make keycaps, and I haven't really figured out how it works. So I just got myself like a full set of, like, you know, not as expensive molds. And then I figure, once I figure out how it works, and if I decide that I actually enjoy doing this, then I'll maybe make myself some of my own molds. Either, like, make some sort of, get some sort of masters. I don't know how keycaps work, guys. Do you get, like, masters made? Do you just make them yourself out of clay? But do some more, like, artisan type keycaps. I can justify getting things for myself if it's for, like, work, which I can consider this work now. Here, let me just eat some of this pie. My pie is getting cold. You have porches thing. Jen! I need to stop bringing up, buying things. There we go. There's the bonk of thank you, but also you really don't have to. What was I talking about? What was I talking about? Let's see. Oh, soap. Milk and honey have the same issue in soap, and that is that any sort of sugar you put in soap has a tendency to burn. Soap gets, well, so the kind of soap that I do is cold process soap. So that's mixing lye with oils and fats. And then saponification happens, which is basically them, you know, mixing and having a chemical reaction, and you get soap. But when you are making soap, it gets very, very hot, because lye, when you mix it with water, gets very, very hot. And sometimes you want this to happen with soap. A lot of colorants, it varies, but certain, like, mica powders and stuff, you want the soap to get hot enough for those colors to kind of get bright. It varies. Sometimes it'll burn out certain things, like you don't want it to get hot because then your scent will burn out. For making soap with honey in it, I stick it in the freezer to cure, because all of those sugars in the soap make it get very, very hot, and it tries to, like, burn all of those sugars. So that's why it's discolored in the middle there, is because despite putting it in the freezer for 24 hours to cure, probably should have left it in a little bit longer, to be honest, but despite putting it in the freezer, it was still hot enough that it burnt all of those sugars in the middle of the soap. But milk is the same way. I haven't actually made soap with milk in it, but I've seen it recommended that if you do, you make milk ice cubes basically and make it with that. Because the way that you make soap is, at least the kind that I make, which is cold process. There's also melt and pour and, you know, other ways to make soap. But to make soap, you have a bowl and you melt down a whole bunch of different oils, and the amount of them is important, and the types of them is important. Different oils do different things in soap. I have kind of a recipe a couple of recipes over there. Usually want about 3 to 5% more oils than what will be used up by the lye, because you want it to not dry out your skin. You want a little bit of extra oil so that it doesn't dry out your skin. Also, you'd rather it be a little oil heavy than a little lye heavy. The only thing with having like a whole bunch of oils is that it, you know, it could be oily. It might go rancid faster. That's the problem with the kind of soap that I make, is that it can go rancid because it has a shelf life of the oils that are in it. Which is part of the reason I was like, when did I make that? I don't want to. I made it after the other 2 soaps that are still in my shop, so should be fine. Oh, but so you get all of your oils in one container. You want them all melted. And you know, depending on what they are, some of them are already liquid, like canola oil, olive oil, that sort of stuff. But like the recipe I use has both coconut oil and palm oil, which are both solid at room temperature. So I have to melt those down. And then you take a separate bowl and you add water to it, and there's a certain amount of water that you add. I use a calculator online for this. If you go to Brambleberry, they're a soap supplies supplier. Yeah, I guess that works. They sell soap supplies, but they have a calculator for how much of each thing you will need. You put in basically the oils that you want to use, and it'll tell you how much lye and water. You take a bowl, you put water in it, and then you put your lye into that. And the lye that I have is like, it's like little tiny crystals. I have them in containers. Probably here, if you see my fingers, it's those containers up there. Those all have lye in them. And then you add a certain amount of lye to that water and mix it up. Couple notes: don't use aluminum. Can't use aluminum. Gotta use stainless steel. Lye reacts with aluminum and will make a noxious gas. Don't do that. Does it have shimmer to it? I don't think so. And then it gets very, very hot. Just as a note, you're also wearing like gloves and eye protection and everything for this as well, because it's lye. If you get that on your skin, it's going to be a bad time. Very bad time, because it will give you chemical burns. So you want to make sure you're wearing gloves and eye protection and long sleeves and shoes and everything like that. Don't do it around kids or pets. That's part of the reason that this is my craft room, actually, was because I wanted a space that was, you know, had a door that I could close and keep the cats out of, so that I could make soap, because I don't want them, you know, over near raw soap or lye. But I had a friend over at one point. I don't know if he's still in the chat or not, but and we were making soap, because well, this was long before quarantine happened, but I don't know, I was like having friends over to like work on projects. I don't know, I like working on things with people, so like I like board games and that sort of stuff when I have people over. That's part of the reason I feel awkward, just like, I don't know, it's part of the reason I feel awkward dating. It's like, I don't have anything to talk to this person about if we just go for dinner. Oh, we're having a full-on war. What was I saying? Oh, but no, I like having friends over to like work on projects and things. I play board games. You know, something to do. That's part of the reason I like D&D too, is I think of it as a social thing. I like getting together with people for dinner and having something to work on together. But we were making soap, and just cats armed with tubes. Wait, I have a picture for you. Where's that? Nope, that's not the picture. Stop it. Where is that? When did I take that? It was yesterday. Look, it's you. Guys. It's, yeah, that's a, that's not, she's getting so big. She's getting so big, guys. She loves playing with that paper towel tube. I think my brother gave it to her, and I like it. It stays on my bed because that way I can throw it at her and she'll attack that instead of trying to attack me, because she likes to try and attack me. What was I saying before? The chat became armed with paper towel, or with cardboard tubes. There we go. That's what I was looking for. What was I talking about? I'm gonna have a piece of pie while I think. Oh, soap. You're listening to me ramble about soap. Well, I'm still gonna have a piece of pie. What I was saying though is I had a friend over, and we were making soap together, and you know, we had just poured the lye into the water and mixed it up. And one of the things you have to do is you have to have the lye water and the soap, or not the soap, the oils at roughly the same temperature before you put them together. You can cause big volcanoes with soap and stuff. I've never had that happen to me, luckily, but you can cause issues if you don't have them around the same temperature. Fine. There's apple pie, guys. I gotta eat apple pie. So I have a little like handheld thermometer thing, where like one of the laser ones where you just kind of point it at something and it tells the temperature of it. And I took the temperature of the lye water. It's probably around, I don't know, 180 degrees Fahrenheit, 200, somewhere in there. And my friend who was with me was like, oh, I never really thought about the fact that chemical burns are actual burns. Because that's Fahrenheit, by the way, for anyone who's curious. I don't know what that is in Celsius, but in Fahrenheit, about 180 degrees probably. I usually will wait until it gets to, you want it to be below like 150 before you mix your two things together. But it was just a moment of, oh, I never really thought about the fact that chemical burns are actual burns either. Because this lye mixed with water is causing a whole bunch of heat. I have said before that I think might be kind of fun to do soap making on a stream at some point. I'd have to figure out the setup a little bit, because I'd be doing that at the table behind me. I also need to clean off the table behind me. It has all sorts of stuff on it at the moment. I have all sorts of polymer clay stuff over there. But it might be fun. Again, I just haven't done much soap because you can't make a small amount of soap. You can't make a small amount of soap. You always end up with a ton of it, and I don't know what I'm going to do with it all. Like I said, I think I might go back to making more soap. Okay. I was confused about poke summoning, but you're saying poke. Oh, poking too. But mostly bonking. On the head with cardboard tubes. I think that's a big enough piece that it can go over here. Guys, there's so much. There's so much resin scrap, guys. There's so much. I've almost filled up my little thing here too. I do want more than this, I think. I might grab like a second container here to throw stuff in. Oh no. Oh, I'm so conflicted, Bosun. I'm so conflicted. On the one hand, stonks. On the other hand, boasts needing soap. Oh. It's free advertising. Griffin McElroy reviews. Has he done reviews of things? I haven't seen those. I've watched taste test my soap. Great. I feel like I need to start packaging my soap with for external use only. Just for you. Just for you. There's actually not as many regulations on soap as you might think. You actually, yeah, you don't have to give a lot of information when you're selling soap as long as you just, like, I don't have to tell ingredients or anything legally, as long as I don't. Of course he did. Did reviews of amiibos that, yeah. They look all professional, like, and then he shoves them in his mouth. Move these over here so we can see the tab a little bit better. Trying to keep it. There we go. Oh boy. I forgot what I was talking about. I got distracted by soap eating again. Oh, what I was saying was that, like I was saying before, I might start making more soap once I can maybe do like some local farmers markets and stuff. Once the world opens up a little bit more and is safe to open up. I mean, some of it has opened up a little bit more, and I'm just not doing it because it's not safe for it to have opened up a little bit more. I'm gonna wait for it to be safe. My whole thing through quarantine and stuff has been, I would rather get sick from my parents than get my parents sick. So I've been trying to avoid people as much as possible. Because I have been in contact with like my parents and my grandma. We've been our own little group of 5. Partially because well, some stuff with my grandpa and stuff, but it's good to have that little support network there so we can, you know, get stuff done for my grandma and that sort of thing. But I'd rather get sick from them than get them sick. So I want to make sure everything's good before I go running around a farmer's market. I did miss doing. I've done a holiday bazaar the past couple of years, and I enjoy doing that. I really enjoy doing like bazaars and stuff because I like interacting with people. Obviously, I'm like a social person, like, and a bit of a show off. So, you know, I like bazaars and that sort of thing. I've never done a farmer's market, but I have to build up stock for sure for that. But maybe once those can happen again, I'll start making some more soap and candles and things that I could sell at those. I need to plan that out. There's a few things I like about resin more than soap. One of them is that, well, pros and cons. Resin, it's much easier to make one thing at a time. And that can be a pro or a con because, like I was saying before, I'm trying to think of some stuff that I can make in large batches, like soap. So, you know, it's nice that soap makes such a large batch, but also I end up with so much soap. Because the smallest amount I can make is 10 bars at a time. Okay, the pie is gone. Don't have to deal with my incessant noshing anymore. Um, woo, woo, woo. The poke has arrived. Sorry, I got distracted by my own use of the word nosh. What was I talking about? Soap? Oh, pros and cons with soap and resin. Yeah, there's a few reasons that I have enjoyed working with resin, probably more than soap. And I do enjoy making soap. Don't get me wrong. One, like I said, it's easier to make like one thing at a time with resin, whereas with soap I end up with a whole bunch of it. And honestly, that wouldn't be a bad thing, except that soap has a shelf life where resin doesn't. So I can make something, and then, you know, it'll last with resin, whereas with soap, you know, it'll go bad after a while. And that's normal for soap. Don't get me wrong there. But you know, I make a whole bunch, and it has a shelf life. But again, that can be a con as well, because you know, with the dice, one, there's no real way to make like large batches of things easily. So everything's kind of individual to a certain extent. Everything takes a lot. All of these take a lot of time. You know, it takes more effort to make an individual thing. There's no big batches. Also, I mean, I guess you could look at it as soap gets used up, so people will come back for more, whereas resin things don't really get used up, so people, you know, people will come back for more, but that's because they want more, not necessarily because they need more. But you'll get like repeat customers with soap. I just thought of that, by the way. I hadn't really thought about that before. Because it's a consumable, whereas dice isn't really a consumable good. That doesn't really matter to me, I suppose. But I just thought about it. And this might sound weird, but one of the pros of resin is that people actually buy it from me. I've had an Etsy shop for quite a while, and I've had some soap up in it. I haven't really used it. I think I had like 3 those for both edible. Oh gosh, not this again. I've had an Etsy shop for a while, and I've had soap up in it for a while. And I probably had, I had maybe 7 sales in my shop, in like 2 years, like, of soap and stuff. I hadn't really done any marketing, to be fair. Sorry, I have apple pie stuck in my teeth. Yeah, I hadn't really done any like marketing or anything. I'd just kind of done some local, like a local bazaar and stuff, just because I enjoy making soap, but I just needed a way to get rid of it. Which sounds kind of bad, but like it wasn't ever really, it was a hobby, it was never really a business thing. I just had so much soap, and I was not going to use it all. I had given it to all sorts of friends and family and stuff. So I'm just like, I'm just going to put some of this for sale, because I'm enjoying making it. I don't know what I'm going to do with all this. Let's have some bigger pieces. I forgot I'm putting this in Dominoes. These can be some bigger pieces. But like I said, maybe 7 sales, something in 2 years. I started making dice for fun, obviously. I spent a long time debating with myself on whether I wanted to get masters made and make my own dice that I could sell, and also whether I wanted to get like a pressure pot and stuff. I debated for a long time on whether I actually wanted to put the money into it, but I did, obviously. And you know, I started making some dice. I still wasn't necessarily expecting people to buy them, but I made it so that people could. That was really how it ended up. Was I wasn't really expecting people to buy dice from me, but I got the equipment so that I could make dice that I could sell. Because obviously if I was using like the cheap Amazon molds, I wasn't going to sell dice that I made with those. They weren't weighted well. It was not my design to use. I did get those first just to try it out, but you know, I spent a lot of time debating on whether I actually wanted to like do more of this, and if I wanted to do it so that I could sell them. But I put, I think, like 2 sets in my Etsy shop, and I probably, quite honestly, I probably started selling dice earlier than I should have. Because it was before I got good at the mold making process. So I feel a little bit bad looking back. Even, I think it got better after. This is gonna sound bad. I think I got a lot better, like the mold making process and everything, about right after you got your first 2 sets of commission dice, Jen, for your friends. Those were kind of on the tail end of I think when I kind of got the mold making and the sanding and stuff figured out better. So those were some of my not as nice dice, which sounds bad. Like, don't get me wrong, I feel like they did turn out good, but like, I feel like I'm better at it now. I've got the process down better now. Process. Yeah, there's development. Yes, I know. Like I said, I just feel kind of bad looking back because I'm like, oh man, I could make those better now. To a certain extent, that's a good thing. It means that I have gotten better. But on the other hand, I'm like, sorry, folks. This is a complete side note, but if I ever need to pick me up, I just go read all the reviews on my Etsy page because they're all very nice. I've only ever gotten a complaint once, and I asked them for some more information so I could resolve it, and I never heard back, so I don't feel too bad about that one. Aw, thanks, Jen. What was I saying about getting better at things? I don't remember. Oh, I didn't really expect to sell dice all that much. I put like 2 different kinds, I think, on my Etsy page, and then I sold like 5 sets in like the first week or 2, I think. I put 10 sets up. That's what it was. I put 5 galaxy dice. I will stretch in just a moment. That is a good plan. My back's a little bit tired now because I've been hunching. We're all stretching now. Stretch time. Yeah, I put 5 sets of galaxy dice, and here's the thing, I hadn't actually made them. I had made like 2 sets, and then I was like, well, if people order them, I'll just make, more, because I gave it like a 2-week work time or something like that. Because I'm like, I can make 5 sets of dice in 2 weeks. That's easy enough to do. Just more stretching. And I can't remember what the other kind of dice were. I had like a second kind. I think it might have been the faux amethyst ones. But I sold like all 5 of the galaxy dice in like a week, 2 weeks, and I wasn't really expecting to sell any. And that was the point where I was like, oh, there's a market for this. People seem interested in what I'm making. Let's see where this goes. We'll see if there's if we're making some more things. See if people are interested in those as well. And it's been very good. I'm not making enough to make a living at the moment. I mean, I'm not super far off. I really do think that I am probably selling about as much as I am I'm selling things about as fast as I can make them, which is awesome. I should get my system, and this is going to come with some time too, get my system to the point where I'm making more things. And there's obviously, I have certain things that haven't sold or whatever, but for the most part, I sell a lot of what I make, which is just very exciting. And I have so many different things to all right, have a good night, Bosun. Thanks for stopping by. Always glad to have you in the chat, even if you are licking soap, which is unfortunate. Also, like I said, if anyone is annoyed with me talking about business stuff, or it seems like, I don't know, bragging or something, which is really not meant to be, it's really just me kind of like, I don't know what to call it. I don't know, justifying it to myself or something. Something to talk about. It's something that I have, something that's going on in my life, I guess. But yeah, you think it's interesting? All right. I'm like, if it's annoying, then let me know. Also, you've wanted to get custom dice forever. Oh. Yeah, this D8 is so much better. And I feel bad because your dice have taken like a little bit longer than expected, but at the same time we had to wait for stuff to come in, so you don't feel as bad. But you know, this D8 is much better. It's actually really pretty. I love this angle right here where you can see kind of like there's like kind of an unopened little stem there off to the side. I think it's really pretty. And yeah, I still need to sand this one. I was letting this sit for another 24 hours. I was talking before about, you know, the process. You gotta let these, you can pull these out after about 24 hours, then you gotta let them sit for like another 24 hours before you can sand them. So those are over in my stack of things to sand here. I have that and another set of custom dice that turned out all pretty. Oops, that's spare. Look at this set of custom dice. Here's another set of commission dice that turned out all pretty. Look at all those colors and sparkles. Yes, I still need to ink the other ones too. Those are all they're all cleaned up and in my office, ready to be inked. But I need to do that. I need to ink the ones that you won as well for the Twitch giveaway. I need to figure out what color I'm inking those. I'm not sure yet what color those should be inked. Maybe I don't know. If you have an idea, let me know. I'm happy to do. If you have a color that you absolutely want for the Twitch giveaway ones, for those dice that have all of the iridescent foil and like some blues and greens and that sort of color. Do I have something with those colors? I think I have. No, those are upstairs. Never mind. I was trying to think if I had something with those colors. Oh yeah, I do. No, wait. Nope, that's not it. That's actually. No, maybe I don't. All right, never mind. Gosh, there's so much of this. Yeah, I was kind of debating like a blue to match the colors underneath. I could go like gold and go contrasty. I don't know if I want gold though. You want to see your numbers? No, I get that. Maybe something that contrasts a little bit, or like a white. I don't know. No, that's clear. I don't know why I'm messing with that. Well, I'm gonna pull out a bunch of different colors and see what looks good. But yeah, no, I'll definitely pick something that's a little contrasted so you can definitely see the numbers. I don't always pick things that are like super visible, but I do try. Sometimes though, it's like something that's a little subtle is kind of nice. It's true, you got like a whole bonus set of dice with your dice. This is the blue and gold always looks good. But you definitely got a mild bias. Valid. No, I like blue and gold together. Do I have? Let me see if I have a picture of those dice. That's a picture of my cat with a cardboard tube. So a while back, I had a giveaway stream. It was just like, oh, here they are. It was a celebration for reaching, 50 followers on Twitch. And I made some dice and did a giveaway. And Jen, Verditors in the chat, won them. Here they are. I think they're a little bit more like purple, or what were they? A little bit more purple in person, I think. There's a little bit more green and purple in there. A little bit more teal, a little bit more purple. But they're mostly just blues, yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do like how they turned out, and there's iridescent foil and stuff in there. Yeah, there's a little bit more green to it. There's a little bit more teal. So I'm not sure. Let's see. Your rogue's color palette is black, gold, and deep blue because you love contrasting gold with those two colors. Oh, all right, thank you. Black, gold, and deep. Yeah, no, that sounds nice. Yeah, but no, these are the ones that I'm trying to figure out what color to make the numbers. You have to physically restrain yourself from making all your characters blue themed. I just realized that your Twitch name always shows up as blue for me. I don't know if you set it as that. So they're mostly purple instead. You're like, no, I can't make it blue. See, it'll be purple. Well, obviously I like the color blue since there's so much of that buried in here. To be fair, a lot of this is because I made a bunch of... You see purple is blue? Is that what you mean, or? Oh, you said it as blue. Oh, okay. Sorry. I heard I read I see it as blue. I'm like, what's blue? Purple's blue? No, you said it as blue. That seems fitting. That seems fitting. To be fair, I kind of wondered if you had, because I actually have the chat up twice on my screen. I have Twitch open, and then I have the streaming software open. And I have it so that I can see all of the stats on the Twitch stream, but I have it so that I can see the video on the streaming software, because there's a little bit of a delay between me and between Twitch. Whereas with the streaming software, it's as I'm doing stuff, it's showing up for me. It's not mirrored though, which always throws me off. So like I put my hand this way and it goes that way on the screen. It's very confusing. But because I have the Twitch open with all of the statistics, so it says like, you know, just a few other things. Basically, I have it there so that I can make sure that my connection's good and everything. I guess I could do that all from the streaming software, but I just like to have Twitch open just in case. It has the chat off to the side, and then my streaming software also has the chat. And some people show up as two different colors. They'll show up as one color in Twitch and one color in the streaming software. But I realized that you are blue in both. Although now that I'm looking at it, just a second here. Okay. Jen, Kiss X Sleep, and Pasts are all the same color in both for me. Bosun is yellow on Twitch and pink on my streaming software. Like, sometimes it's just different colors. But the fact that you picked your color makes sense to me, since it's showing up as the same color on both. if I set my, did I set my, I should figure that out and do that with mine maybe too. Because I don't think I've, oh, excuse me. I don't think I've done that. I don't think I've set my Twitch name as a particular color. Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure I haven't, because I think when I type in the chat, it maybe shows up as 2 different colors. Will you what? Or will I? What? Huh? No one knows, because I don't know what you're going to do. You want to finish character lineup? How many more do you have? For anyone who... Yeah, I figured it was the one that you've been working on. I was going to say, for anyone who doesn't know, Jen's been working on a bunch of character illustrations. And I've been getting lovely updates. You got 2 more. I guess that's up to you and how you're feeling. Sounds like you were tired, but I don't know if it's relaxing. If it's relaxing, sure. Not, then. I don't know what I'm gonna do on Saturday. I might end up one 8'6" lady and a foolish twink. I feel like those are the moods, right? That sounds weird. That sounds weird. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about what I just said. I don't. But what I was saying before, they are the 2 genders, exactly. Okay. The 2 genders are 8'6" lady and a foolish twink. Yeah, that seems valid. At least from your characters. Jen's got a type. I mean, I can't talk. What was I saying? Oh, I don't know what exactly. Oh, I just noticed that I have one of my mica powders is on the table and not in the rack like it's supposed to be. It looks like it fell off. I don't know exactly what I want to work on Saturday. I might do more resin stuff, just because, like I said, I got those keycap molds and I kind of want to try them out. I've never used them before, so I'm curious to see how those go. Hey, keycaps! Yes, I got just like cheap molds from Amazon just to try out, because I don't know anything about them yet. I figured that depending on how it goes, I'll look into making my own molds. This was easier for now, though, while I figured out what all I could do. I think it's going to be fairly similar to dice to a certain extent. It might actually be easier than dice, because the side that's up I won't have to finish as much as I do dice, but yeah. I decided to just go for cheap Amazon molds for now while I figure out how to make them. I really should. I guess I need to figure out, like, do you like order masters? Do you make like your things that you cast to then make molds? This is the important questions. It is, but I mean, like, I need to figure out all the nitty gritty, and I wanted to try it before then. Stuck to my fingers. But yes, I did get those, and I am excited to try them. So maybe I'll do that on Saturday. Maybe we'll try doing some keycaps on Saturday. I'll need to figure out how much resin things take, but that should be doable. And I'll have to figure something out. I need to figure out what I want to put in the keycaps. That's the real question. Like, maybe I'll try one with a little teacup that I have made. I feel like that'd be really cute. So usually people make their own masters with... which sell for more than pre-bought masters, which I don't think actually exist yet aside from like the common cat paw ones. Yeah, and actually the set of molds that I got has they use clay to sculpt their own characters. Okay. That's kind of what I was wondering. For like Dice Masters, people usually like resin 3D print them. So they'll make their designs on the computer and then use a resin 3D printer and then sand and polish them, obviously. I've ordered mine though from a company that does that. Yeah, that's a piece of equipment. I was talking about this earlier. That's a piece of equipment I might end up getting at some point. What kind of clay do people use? Because I feel like polymer clay isn't like super shiny. And I'd want it to be shiny if I was going to make a mold. I guess I could always make it out of polymer clay, make a mold, pour resin, and then polish that and then make molds with that. Most common brand to make master would probably be Monster Clay. Oh yeah, that would be more shiny. Okay. I've never worked with Monster Clay, but I've seen it. Seen it in the wild. No, so that makes sense. I just have polymer clay, which is why I was thinking of it. The other thing I might use is wax, because that would probably be shiny. And I have access to casting waxes, or like, my dad has done metal casting, and so he has a whole bunch of waxes for like creating, you know, you can create rings and stuff, and then you use that to then make like a mold for metal. So I probably have access to some wax like that, and I could probably sculpt that into the shapes that I want and use that for casting. I don't think wax would interfere with the silicone. I don't think. Now I'm not sure. I don't know what all would interact with my silicone, but maybe I'll have to look into Monster Clay. If it works for people, then you know, no reason to I don't know, you know, mess with it. It works. Although if I have access to sculpting wax and that works, then might as well. Oh man, how much resin do I need? This is mostly blues and greens and purples. Oh, here, I'll show you guys. I feel like I haven't shown you guys what I've got so far. Slowly cutting up pieces. It really has not made much of a dent. It's maybe made a little bit of a dent, or maybe I've just spread this out a bit. It's hard to tell. Because it definitely condenses a lot when I cut it into smaller pieces, but yeah, I'm still looking for ideas of things to do with all of this, you know, leftover resin scrap. I'm throwing some of the larger pieces back into the bin over here. I had a good suggestion from a friend to make some of it into like sun catchers, like do fake stained glass, which I really liked. So we're throwing, you know, some of the larger, flatter pieces that I could cut up into something somewhat flat over there. I should check that out more. I guess to be fair, I haven't done a lot of research into like the resin keycap community stuff, just because I don't know if I'm gonna go that direction or not. So I feel a little weird like ending up I don't know, part of the Discord and then I end up not doing it and leaving or something like that. Also, I don't use Discord a ton anyways. I'm part of Discords and I just never actually look at them. But that's a different story. If Scryer's still here, sorry. Don't pay a lot of attention to your Discord. I'm just bad at Discord. But I should, like, obviously that's a you know, a wealth of knowledge right there, all the people who are already doing it, but, you know, like, I'm part of like a couple of dice making, or a dice making group, and I know some other dice maker folks. Scryer's another dice maker. I don't know if she's still here. She was gonna lurk a while back. It's possible she's gotten off now. We live in different time zones. Also makes dice here on Twitch. Let's see, there's like 1,000 members and most don't create artisans, just participate. Oh, okay, just participate in discussions or sales. Okay, that makes sense. So that'd probably be a good place to start. See what's going on. What's going on? Oh. Yeah, I think I was talking about this earlier. I was talking about this earlier on here. I don't remember. I just need to make time for things. It takes time to like research and figure out what I'm doing and all that stuff, and I'm bad at slowing down and taking time. Even like there's certain things where I have it in my schedule to work on my schedule. Like I have it like written into my calendar that Tuesday is my scheduling day. That's when I sit down and actually like make sure things are actually in my calendar. I have a bullet journal over here, and that's because if I didn't have it written down, I wouldn't do it. And it's definitely a necessary thing, but my brain tells me it's a waste of time. Like on the one hand, it's like I know that it needs to get done because it's like vital for keeping me on track, but at the same time it's just like you shouldn't need to do that. My brain's telling me this. You shouldn't need to do that. You know, that's what's the point? It's just like, so it's in my calendar to work on my calendar. There's lots of little things like that where there's just, you know, it'd be very useful to sit down and research certain things, and my brain's just like, yeah, you don't need to do that. Why would you sit down and research it? Even though obviously it'd be very useful to take the time and actually research things. But this is part of the reason I have a physical calendar. I have it written into my physical calendar for, I think, was it Monday? I have get dressed written in there. Like, if I don't have it written down, it won't happen. To be fair, that was partially because since I've been working from home and I'm not seeing anybody, I've just been wearing my pajamas. And I'm like, I don't think this is healthy for me. I mean, you know, I'm not saying it's not, other people can't wear their pajamas or whatever, but I'm like, I am in a rut. Everything's just kind of blah. I think I need to get dressed on the days that I'm working. On my days off, I give myself Thursdays and Sundays off. Although I'll be working tomorrow, since I have stuff going into my shop on Friday. You know, Thursdays and Sundays are my days off. I can wear my pajamas then. I usually don't on Sundays. I have weekly lunch with my parents and grandmother, our little pod of people that still see each other. But like, it's like I need to actually like get dressed. And I always feel better when I like dress a little, like up a little bit. Like I like dressing like this. Like I like being a little fancy. Or a vampire librarian is, I think, was it Bosun said? I've been Bosun. Like, I don't know, I always feel better when I'm dressed nice. So it's just like, I'm gonna do it. It's gonna, whoa, that was weird. I don't know. Oh, sorry. It just went from 9 viewers to 4. I think I annoyed people with my, people don't like vampire librarians apparently. What was I saying? Oh, but no, I just feel better when I'm dressed kind of nice. So I put it in my calendar to get dressed in the morning. I haven't written it since then. I've, that was just a reminder to myself, like, you've decided to do this thing, do it. And from that point, I'm just like, I remember that this is a thing I've decided to do. But, yeah, if it's not in my planner, it doesn't happen. And there's so many little things that need to happen that don't seem like they should need to be written down, but that I have to write down so that they happen. This is like what I was saying earlier about I'm trying to figure out how many hours I work in a week, just because I'm kind of curious. I gave an estimate, a friend and I were talking about this, and I gave kind of an estimate. And I'm a very bad judge of time. That's part of the issue too, is like, ADHD. Boy, got finally diagnosed with ADHD at the age of 26. That's fun. Anyways, time doesn't work. It's an illusion. It doesn't make any sense. But, let me grab my calendar here. To be fair, most of it's the same stuff over and over again. Like, it's, social media. I have it written down to actually post to social media 3 times a week. Time is fake. Exactly. I have it written down, like, social media, make dice, and I actually usually have written down kind of ideas for what I need to make, or what I'm going to make. And like, but like Monday, let's see, social media, 1 hour, we'll say that. That's how long it took me to post to the various social media sites that I use. It's roughly that. Like, I'm including in that is the time that it took for me to take photos of the things that I was then going to post to, Twitter, Tumblr, Facebook, and Instagram. Those are like the 4 main ones that I post to. I post to Pinterest a little bit too, but not as much. So I took photos and then posted to those. It took me about an hour. And then let's see, I have, I had to ship an item. It took about half an hour maybe. Let's see, I have cleanup and prep, 3 hours. So I was working on the geode dice that didn't quite turn out, but they took a long time. I went and I was cleaning up all of the like resin scrap and stuff that was still all over this table. Not this resin scrap. But like the stuff that was still in the little containers, that sort of stuff. Cleaning all that up, putting stuff away, pulling out some stuff that I wanted to like use for making dice later. All of that stuff. So clean up and prep, cleaning everything up, putting things away, pulling things out that I wanted to use, starting on gluing the little geodes together, 3 hours. And then I had a break, and then making dice, 8 p.m. to 1:30 in the morning. That's not normal. I want to point that out. So 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours. So I worked about 10 hours on Monday, which 5.5 hours is a lot longer than it usually takes me to make a couple sets of dice, but I was working on those geode ones, and those took a long time to put together. But I have, like, I will, if I get like an order in, I will quite often immediately like write down when I'm going to work on that order, and like when I'm going to like do the various steps to that order so that they get done. And that's something I probably should remember to do more. Like I should write down probably sand, those Rainbow Commission dice and like the last of Jen's, the D8 for Jen's order. I should write it down to do that tomorrow. I think I'll remember to do that tomorrow, but I know that I said I'd take Thursday night off, or I take Thursdays off. Thursday's one of my weekends. But I still usually end up like sanding or inking dice while I watch Critical Role in the evening. Like, I still end up working. But, and like I said, I'm going to be working tomorrow because I still need to like make a bunch of the listings. I made a few of them for Friday, but I still need to make quite a few of them for the restock on Friday. Alright, let's see here. I really should get going on these. There's another piece that's semi-flat that can go in there. I should just add some bigger pieces. So anyone who's just tuning in, I'm going to give a reminder of what all we're actually working on tonight. The moment I am breaking up some of these resin scraps, this is all leftover resin from making dice. It just ends up with a lot of scrap. There's so much scrap. Just here's stuff that was from pipettes. These little ones are from like my little mixing cups. That's all the leftover from that. And then you end up with stuff like this, which gets pulled off of the mold because of the kind of mold I have. So there's just so much. So at the moment I'm breaking that up into some little pieces for some dominoes. I have some domino molds over here that I got from Let's Resin. And the idea here is that we're gonna put some of that. There's a second one here. We're gonna put some of this chopped up resin with, you know, I think I'm gonna add some glitter and some other stuff, maybe some iridescent foil, maybe some, or iridescent flakes, gold foil, some of that stuff. Mix it all up. We're gonna add like a thin layer of that to all of those, and then with some clear, and then I'll let those cure, and then we will do a second layer of a solid color, maybe white, maybe black, one of those two. Just so that when you have the dominoes upside down, you can't tell which one's which. And then the other thing we're going to be working on is I have a set of commission dice that I'm going to be working on, and we have some various items that's going to go in those. They're blue with gold foil, and then some clear with some like streaks of red in it. And then they're going to have different items in all of them. Here's one with a rose in it. So those are going to have various things. I have a little gargoyle that I made out of polymer clay, chess pieces, some little bones that I got out of an owl pellet that I had sitting around, snake skin, various things. So we're gonna do those as well. But at the moment, I'm doing the long, arduous task of breaking up resin scrap. It always takes a long time. I have two sets of, get off my finger. I have a piece stuck on my finger now. I actually have two different sets of dice that are going to be available on Friday that are made with some of the recycled resin scraps as well. One of them, I've been trying to do geode dice for a while now. And I was trying to do it the lazy route, it didn't really work out. But I ended up with some fun, like, rainbow, like, resin confetti dice. They're on social media. If you look below the video in my About section, there's my Instagram. It should be the top there. This stuff's so thin, it's just sticking to me. So that's one of the ones, but, I don't remember what I was saying. But yeah, no, I have two different sets that are gonna be available. I actually like the other set even more, but I figured I'd hold off on posting that maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I probably should do some social media tomorrow, even though I usually only do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But since I'm gonna have updates, you know, I'm gonna be restocking the shop on Friday, might as well do a little promoting on Thursday. Still very thin and sticking to my fingers. Just thinking. Thinking again about streaming and what that's like. Because I feel like I'm taking it. I feel like this is taking a long time. Because it's been, you know, 2 hours and 40 minutes of me breaking up resin scrap. But I'm trying to think of like what's an average stream. Like what are people used to for watching streams? How long do you usually watch a stream for? I've said this before, I don't watch a lot of streams. I like being able to pause things that I'm watching. Like I don't sit in one spot for a long time usually. Like I like being able to like pause things if I need to, if someone starts talking to me or something. It's part of the reason I've been thinking of making some YouTube videos. It's just because that's what I watch more. But it's like, I don't know, people probably stream for quite a few hours. I mean, people have done like 24-hour streams and stuff. I'm not planning on doing a 24-hour stream. Like, please guys, it's not gonna be that long. My streams at most are 5 hours. Those are the long ones. I don't think we'll go that long, hopefully. It's just taken me a while to get enough resin scraps here. And I think we're probably close. Just because I think this is about as much resin as we'll have. It'll be just enough to kind of cover this. So I think actually let's stick with that. Let's call that good. Let's actually call that good. I think so. Here's what I have for resin scraps. And that's probably, yeah, I think that if we do too much more, we're not gonna have enough like clear resin to bind everything together. Let me start trying to squish this all down into my bin again. Ow, it's all pokey. Okay. It really doesn't look like this is all going to fit in the bin that I took it out of. As a reminder, this is the second bin. I have a different bin that also has resin scraps in it. Those are just sorted by color, so I wanted to go, use this stuff first. So many little resin scraps. Yeah, this really doesn't look like it's all gonna fit. I'm gonna make it fit. This thing was starting to get a little bit much. It really was getting to the point where things are Swain 1101. Oh, thanks for following. Sorry, my background is so busy that I had difficulty reading that. I should probably fix that. Maybe I should make myself a little bit of a layout. It might have been a mistake to pull everything out of this bin, because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get it back in the bin. I might have to grab another bin, guys. I have so much resin scrap, I might have to grab another bin. Oh boy. Well, I have one. Give me just a moment. Regrets. It really is. There's a lid. Is one of these not soapy? Let's use this one. Alright, we're gonna take a little bit of this out. Move it over to a new bin, and we're gonna put a lid on this one. Okay, I'm gonna put a little bit back in here. I should figure out some like slightly larger projects to work on, so I can get some of this stuff in those. It still just obviously takes time to kind of get everything into a shape that I'm not going to end up with giant air bubbles. That's part of the reason I'm cutting it up. Where do I want to put this? Just a second. It's going to go under this table. There we go. You can go under there. No, but part of the reason that I'm cutting this up is because I don't want there to be a piece that has a whole bunch of like edges and stuff to it where air can get trapped. So I don't want giant air bubbles. That's part of the reason I have it here too, and I'm going to probably mix in the resin with this and then add it to the molds, as opposed to just like putting this stuff into the molds and then adding resin on top. Is because I want to make sure that I kind of get the air worked out a little bit and there's not going to be air trapped underneath any of the little pieces. I don't know how this got so much bigger in the I uncompressed it. It's like when you take like, I don't know, like an air mattress out of a bag, or not a suitcase, a sleeping bag out of like its little bag, and then you have to try and put it back in, and it's just difficult because it's all fluffy now. You have to like squish it down. Oh gosh, I've got so many little pieces of resin on my hands. I'm sure I'm not helping the state of the floors in here. Let's see all the little pieces of resin. Let's get those off. I don't want to get that into the dice. All right, cool. We've got our bin over there to add more resin to now. So we've got these. Now here, let me go down a little bit again now that I'm actually on the table. Okay. So we've got these for the Dominoes. Oh, let me grab the stuff for the dice. So we've got our D20 with little tiny gargoyle. Little tiny gargoyle friend. Oops. Little tiny gargoyle friend. Whoever wants to... Yeah, little tiny gargoyle friend. That's going to go into D20. D12. I've got a couple of different thoughts on that. Okay, I'm going to put the D12 and the D6 next to each other because I have a couple of thoughts. D4 with a little seashell. D8 with a little lock, little metal lock. And And I'm gonna have to do a little bit of prep on this just cause it's metal and I don't want it to sink to one side and make it weighted. And then a D10 with some snakeskin. And I already have one D10 made with a rose in it. And I have my two colors here, which is royal blue and fuchsia. And that's what's in here. And then I need gold foil. I've got some gold foil to go in that blue. Okay, so the thoughts on these two. I have a couple of ideas. The person that these are for, I don't know if they're still in the chat or not, said that they like the knight the best out of the little tiny chess pieces. I'll see if I can get so you can see those little tiny chess pieces. It never likes to focus on what I want it to focus on, but I feel like you can still kind of see little tiny chess pieces. If I'm going to use all three, in which case I would make a little bit of a framework so that they would all kind of look like they were floating. You know, make it kind of look like they're floating in the die. If I was going to use all three, I'd want to put it in the D12 because they would fit well in there. There'd be, you know, enough space to have all three and look like they're floating separately. They wouldn't be too crowded. But if I'm just going to do the little horsey here, I'm going to want to do it in a smaller die. Probably, yeah, maybe like maybe the D6 or something like that. In which case, I would then want to move the bones over to the D12 because I have more of those. Oh, actually received a ring with a knight piece engraved on it as a gift from his friend. Oh, that's really cool. It's really cool. Oh, see, here's a separate idea. What if I held off on making the D12 and I made a second knight piece in like white? So you had like the knights from both sides. And we put like two of those in there. It's always really useful when the person that these are for is in the chat and I can just throw questions at you. That would look cool. I could do blue or I could do red to match the other color. Yeah, my first thought was white, so maybe we hold off on doing the dye with that. Yeah, my first thought was the way I've kind of been thinking of these is they're all going to be blue and then have some of the kind of red swirls. The one with the chess pieces, I was originally just thinking of doing the 3 chess pieces and then doing the clear with the red swirls. Just because these are dark blue. It might look almost black on the screen, but they're a dark blue that kind of matches. But we could do like a knight of the dark blue and then a knight with either like red or white or gold. Maybe a gold one. That might be cool. Do a dark blue one and do a gold one. So yeah, there's a few different options. Have the knight by itself, have it with a friend, either the same color or a different color, or like the opposite color, or do the 3 different chess pieces looking like they're floating. You know what? I think, just say, let me think about something. So D12. I like the idea of doing the 2 pieces. I'm just thinking about size. Okay, actually that's not too small. I was just debating on if I did it with the 2 knights, if I'd want to make it a little bit bigger, so that the 2, but this honestly might probably fit okay. And if I'm gonna do them a little bit bigger, I might as well try it with all 3 in this one and see how it goes. But I'm just debating. I'm debating on that. But I think Yeah. The twin knights with the opposing being red or gold would be really good. Okay. So I think maybe I'll do that. I think we'll hold off on the D12 for now. I'm gonna make a second little knight. I'll probably make both, and then we can decide. I'll hold off on that. We'll make a couple more knights, and figure out what we like. But I do think that since we'll have two, it'll work well in the D12 because there'll be enough space for you to see both separately. Although that could work in the D6 too. How big is this? Just a moment. Yeah, I think in the D12. It almost looks a little bit, I think it'd be a little bit too big. Oops, in the D6, maybe it's kind of hard to see. Doesn't want to focus. I don't know, it might fit well in the D6. This is the struggle of artistic endeavors. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay. Yeah, I think Twin Knight sounds cool. I'm just debating now which die to put it in. Do you have a preference? Oh. I just blanked on how to say thank you in French. I have a whole bunch of French going through my head at the moment, and none of it is thank you. It's all very good. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I think the twin. Let's do the twin knights. I think that's a good idea. I think that'll be really cool. I'm just debating size. That's really what it comes down to. Merci. Ah, thank you, Swain1101. My brain is just like à bientôt. No, that's not it. Très bien. No, that's not it. Merci. Ah, yes, that would be it. Oh boy, that's how long it's been since I took French. I think maybe let's do the two knights in the D6 because I think I could maybe have them both. I could have them like kind of opposite, and I think that would look really cool if they were kind of facing opposite directions almost. Maybe in like each corner almost. And then like one's kind of upside down. That might be kind of cool. And I think that would work well with the D6 shape. And I have enough bones that I could fill in this D12 well. So I think let's hold off on doing the D6 actually. We're gonna hold off on doing this D6. So is the D6 is it? That reminds me, I need to do that tonight too. So move these over to the D12. And we will do that one with bones. Yeah, exactly. Gives them a little bit of a parallel. I'll have them kind of like maybe facing each other, but one's going to be like upside down and they'll be in each corner kind of looking at each other. I feel like that'll look cool. So let's put that off to the side, and I'll get a red one made and probably a gold one made, and we can figure out which one we like better. Snake skin for the other D10. I kind of like putting like the two, like a couple of kind of natural things together. That's kind of nice. Like I said, little lock for the D8. This one I need to do something for, and a little shell for the D4. And the reason I have the shell for the D4 is because it fits. D4s, like, they're so small. So not a ton's gonna fit in there, but the shell fits pretty perfectly actually. So it works out. I know you mentioned sand too. I've seen some beautiful dice with sand in them. I'm just wary of doing it because I don't want to weight the dice. Because sand is little rocks, so if I put it all on one side, I worry that it's going to make that side a lot heavier. And then it'll, you know, be weighted heavily to that side. Okay, so that's the plan for those. We're gonna hold off on the D6 for now. Speaking of D6s, I have had so much trouble with this one D6. Let me show you my path of the D6s. So I'm gonna have to pull out two separate boxes. I think yeah, okay, sand is hard. Okay, had shells yeah. I think the shell is gonna be more towards the middle, so it'll be weighted a little bit better. And that's kind of what I'm gonna have to do for this metal piece, is I'm gonna make a little structure for it so that it sits near the middle of the die, so it doesn't weight the die too much. So I've been working on a set of bee-themed dice. Let me show you the struggle I've been through. Every die in the set is different, kind of like these, but more so. Each one is like completely different, like kind of colors and stuff. Different honey colors, different kind of beeswax colors, that sort of thing. So for the D6, I wanted to do kind of a honey color with some little bees and some gold foil in it. And here, I'll get it so you can see. So like, here was my first one. And actually, I do like how this die looks, but I'll tell you you can see if you can get, let me see if I can get it so you can see the little tiny bee. So a little tiny bee, gold foil, all that fun stuff. Doesn't look too bad. The issue was that it was very similar in color to the D8, which was also kind of a darker honey color. And also it was just a little bit dark, made it a little bit hard to see the bee. It's not bad, but it was just a little bit too close in color to the D8. So, went from there, and I was trying to do a different honey color, and I ended up with brown. It wasn't nearly warm enough for honey, so this one was just a flop. It's just the wrong color. It's brown. So moving on from there, I was this one, and this one the color's not horrible. It's definitely different. It's a little bit more yellow. It's kind of hard to see, but the one on the top there is a little bit lighter in color. It's a little bit more yellow. Color's not bad. It's still a little bit dark, I think. And also all of the gold foil ended up on one side, which is not what I wanted. I think it's partially, I might have just poured it when it was a little bit too liquidy, something like that. All the gold foil ended up on one side, not what I wanted. So from there, I got some little tiny glass orbs, and I actually got them for this project because I thought they might look cool, but also just kind of wanted them because I thought, you know, I could use them in other things. But for like liquid core dice, and so I was going to try that with a D6, and I had this failure where the cap was just raised a little bit too much, and I ended up with these giant gaps. And I think part of it is just that the sphere on the inside is maybe with the metal bees is just a little bit too big, and it kind of pushed a little bit and lifted the cap up. So I ended up with that failure. So from there, I did the same sort of thing again, tried it out, and I still ended up with a little bit of a gap, but I filled it in. But with this one, let me see if I can get it so you can see. I was showing this off earlier. It's just with the sphere, it's a little bit too big. You can see that wing sticking out there, so that's not going to be useful because it's not going to lie flat. So I'm going to move away from the liquid core because it's just not going to work with the little bees. And we're going to try this one more time to try and make a lighter honey color. Try to make a lighter honey color. That's going to go in there because it's not usable. This is my unusable dice box, and this is my usable like random dice box. Oh, I was going to tell Bosun before they left some things about their old dice kit. So we're gonna try this one more time, and if all else fails, we'll go with this one, which is the slightly lighter color. Because I did send a photo of this one to the person before, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that one looks fine," but I want to get this right. And these ones have taken me forever. This is another example of a set where I ended up ordering things, and so it took a lot longer to make them, and so like technically on Etsy it's listed as overdue, and I feel really bad about it, even though, like, it always gets me when it says that orders are overdue on Etsy. I have two at the moment. I have the bee dice, which have just taken me forever, and I have Jen's, which both of those we had to order things. That's something that I'm planning on adding this Friday as well. Oops, wrong one. I'm not sure how much to sell them for though. These are all raw. I had people asking for raw dice, so I could do. Are you thinking raw ones or just like polished up, like mystery sets? Yeah. No, I had people asking about like raw dice, and this is literally just my random, like, you can tell that this was obviously to either. You know, this is a dump mold. It has like orange and gold, and then like teal and stuff. But some of these are nice. Like, here's a nice just pink and blue one. Yeah, some of these are just ones that were just random. I don't know. The hardest part about making things and selling them is figuring out how to price them. Like, there's a lot of other little things that are annoying, like taxes. Like, taxes are fun to figure out, but like, as far as like everyday things go, it's really difficult to figure out how much things should cost. Cause like, so I sell my finished sets of dice for about $55 for pre-made ones, not like commission ones, but like pre-made ones. Yeah, I'm gonna do some market research. Does $20 for a full set of mystery raw dice sound like too much? Or because a lot of obviously there's different, like, I took time to design these and stuff. A single keycap to do 50 easy. I gotta actually like get like artisan stuff made for that. To be fair, I think I could probably raise the price on my dice a little bit. I've thought about raising the price on my dice a little bit. I actually have raised the price on my dice a little bit. They used to be 50 and I've raised them to 55. I thought about raising the price on my commissions too a little bit. They're at about 65 for just a standard commission. They're 90 for ones like this where I've had to like make things and like get like some different items and stuff. But yeah, I thought about raising prices there maybe a little bit. But I don't know. Because I'm trying to take into account the fact that one, they're raw. They haven't been like sanded and polished, so they still have raw edges like straight out of the mold. If you, or I don't know if you can see the not very well. Let me find one where I can show you the edge. And most of them aren't too bad. Here, I can show you the edge here. This is a good example. It still has some of the flashing. You can see there's a little bit of flashing there. Quite honestly, this one's not bad, but there's a little bit of flashing there. These haven't been cleaned up, like at all. And then also these wouldn't be, it'd be a full set, but they'd all be different. So, and I could definitely go by like color or something if people want like, I would like all orangish ones, please. You know, I could do something like that. So they could still like, be a full set. But since these are handmade, $20 just. Well, the other thing that I'm thinking about though is that one, they're a mystery. They'd be a mystery. And two, they'd be a mixed bag. So it wouldn't be like a full set of matching dice. So I'm trying to take into account, they're all perfectly usable, but it would be a mystery, so people don't know what they're getting, which can be fun, but also I feel like, you know, people are probably going to be willing to pay more if they know what they're getting. And then also it's not like a full matching set. It's more random ones. So I don't know. That's okay. 35 to 40 for raw. But yeah, I do appreciate the input on that, because I've been trying to think on that. I've been planning to, that was one of the things I planned to add for with this update as well. I need to actually do that. That reminds, let me pull those out so I remember to do that. Put those with my phone here, so I hopefully remember to bring those upstairs and put them by my computer and actually make a listing for them tomorrow. Okay, we need those. And then also for that, let's grab some colors here. I feel like these are a little bit cloudy. Let me show you the colors I have. This is the normal. This is why it takes me so long to make dice. Is I spend so much time just waffling. Like, is that the right color? This has been my issue though with this die over and over again, has been figuring out the color. So, for kind of the like darker honey color, I've been using this bright orange and like a drop of this purple. I appreciate that, Kiss X Sleep. Yeah. Yeah, that's always the balance, is figuring out what's underselling and what's a little bit too much. Like I said, that's always the hard part, is figuring out how much things should sell for. Because again, like figuring, like, time with art doesn't always translate into the cost. Because like I was saying before, it probably takes me about 3 hours of active work time to make a set of dice. And then, you know, about 5 days for them to be done, with all of the different, you know, curing time and polishing time and all that sort of stuff. So, like, you know, time doesn't always necessarily translate. And there's design and stuff too, but it's difficult to decide on figuring out pricing. Usually I just go online and figure out. Oh yeah, that's actually where I was going. I tried making a bit of yellow to keep it from getting too dark, or perhaps a slightly less saturated orange. Yes, actually. So that was what I did for like the dark kind of orange. For this one, which is a little bit lighter, I used, where's that orange? I used this orange and a drop of this, like a little bit of this purple, and then where's that yellow? And then this yellow. I think one of my issues with this is that this orange and this yellow are a little cloudy. And I feel like it might be okay if it was just one of them, so I might try changing that out with a different yellow. One of those instead. Both of which are much more clear. Here, let's see if I can. You can kind of see. You can see the difference in cloudiness. So this is the one that I was using, but I think maybe trying it with one of these ones, it's a little bit more clear. So maybe the golden yellow instead of the yellow. We'll try that. Oh, if I can grab it. Right. Okay. Those are really the only like true oranges I have. Is this one and this one. So I think I'm still going to end up using this slightly lighter orange. But we're going to try it. We're going to try a more translucent yellow. And hopefully that'll get rid of some of the cloudiness issue I kind of have with this one. I think I'm going to try mixing in a little bit less color maybe too. It's just very hard to get it to look like honey colored if it's too light. Yeah, I've had difficulties. So let's try that. Let's try it with a mix of these colors instead. Mostly the orange with like a drop of purple, drop of yellow. And that's going to be, hopefully, the correct colors for the bee dice here. Let me put, that's the wrong container. Alright, forgot that I put this container over here. I'll put these other ones away. I'll leave this one out because that's the lightest of them and I want it to be as light as possible, so hopefully we can get even lighter than that one. Okay, so there's a few things that I will need to do before we can actually mix up the resin. We're going to turn my workspace bright pink to do it. So that's just a silicone mat. And what I'm going to grab is some UV resin. And we're going to make some little like infrastructure for the dice. So these bee dice, I have a bee in each corner. Well, this one's kind of fallen out of the corner a little bit, but I've been trying to put a bee in each corner so that it'll be weighted, because these are also metal. I want them to be spread out and even. So if they're in each corner, each face is still gonna have about the same weight on it. So the way I've done this is I put a little bar of clear UV resin between them, just to kind of hold them in place. So we're gonna do that for these. We're actually gonna do something similar for this little metal lock, which actually is a really cute little charm. I got a bunch of charms for Christmas from some family friends. They got me like a multi-pack of random charms, so I'm excited that I'm gonna get to use one. And I like this. It's really cute. It's a cute little charm. Oh, if it'll focus again. Find it. Come on, boy. You can find it. Talk to my webcam like it's a dog or something. Maybe that'll help. Doesn't want to find it. Here, I'll grab a white background. You're gonna have a paper towel background. See if that finds it. Yeah, there we go. Cute little lock. Cute little lock charm. But like I was saying, this is also metal. And so I don't want it to fall to one side of the dice. We're going to create a little bit of a structure for it as well to try and suspend it in the middle of the die. The shell is going to kind of end up in the middle of the die anyways. The snake skin, it's not a big deal. This was the gargoyle is big enough. It's also going to probably end up kind of in the middle of the die. Just because it's so big, it's going to take up the whole space. The other thing, where's my tweezers? Ah, they're there. The other thing that I think we might want to make a little bit of a structure for is these bones. Make them, I'm debating on the bones. It might be cool to kind of have it look like they're floating a little bit throughout the die. Could be kind of cool to have them all like resting on one side of the die, like in the bottom. Do you have a thought on that, Kiss X Sleep? Because my first instinct is to make it so that it looks like they're all kind of floating in there, but we could have it where they're just kind of resting at the bottom too, like they've settled. While we're deciding on that, though, I'm going to start working on the little bumblebees. Grab my table here for. This is just a little UV like nail light, so you know people use that for like UV nails, but in this case I'll be using it for UV resin. So I can find a semi clean spot on my my mat here. It likes to pick up cat hair like everything else in my. So what we're gonna do is just gonna create floating probably. Alright, that was kind of my first instinct. We're gonna make just like a little bar. Oops, that's too long. Probably. Of. They are real bones. I found an owl pellet in my house. Do you want real bones? I have fake bones. Yeah, these are real bones. I do have fake bones too, if you would prefer. Where did I set those? Ah, it's here. I don't know if you were here earlier. I found an owl pellet in my house. And first of all, I found like a full rat skull, which I think is cool. Like it was just in the skull. And then I started taking it apart and pulling out a bunch of bones. I was struck with the inspiration that, oh, I have an owl pellet for that. I can get actual bones. So they're probably little rodent bones. Just been curious. Alright, yeah. Fair. Okay, I think. Oops. I need to let that. Let's cure that once more. It usually takes about 2 blasts under here. Alright, let me grab the D12 here again. They're so tiny. Oh. Yeah, they are very tiny. I don't know if I could. I don't think I could make the little vertebrae bones like that. Let me pull out the little bones that I have made. Yeah, the little bones that I have made are larger than that. There's the little ones that I have made. They're definitely a little bit bigger than these. You can definitely bigger. Uh-oh. Did I just have a blip? Oh, weird. I think my internet just had a weird blip. If I disappear, I'm very sorry. Just gave me a welcome to the chat room notification, which is not what I want to see. Ugh. Let's cut that down a little bit. Let's see here. Let's see if this is going to be about the right size. If it does blip out, I will start. Yeah, I think that's going to be about the right length. Maybe. We'll find out. I don't want it to be too short or too long because I want it to be kind of resting in the 2 corners of the die in the D6. I don't want it to be like pressing against it because that's how I got the issue before where the wing was like dented out and it wouldn't sit flat. So what I'm going to do here is turn one of our little bees upside down. Put a little drop of resin on it. Put this over here. And we're going to just kind of hold this in place with my shaky hands and nuke it again. Yeah, no, I do think like the little tiny vertebrae here are just very cool. I don't know, other people, I don't know, might be a little squicked out by it, but I don't know, I feel like it's just so small and it's very interesting because it's just kind of very similar, I feel like, to, sorry, I'm trying to do this blind and it's not mirrored. Okay. It's just very interesting to me. It just reminds me of like it scales, which is interesting. Like, oh, these might be cool. I want to do like gelatinous cube dice at some point. Sorry, it just reminded me of that. I want to do like gelatinous cube dice at some point, which is actually an idea that my mom had. Just do like D6s that have like little skeletons and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Bones are, yeah, they're fast. I like skeletal structure and stuff. I don't know. I just think it's cool. And do the one across from it. Oops. Alright. Want that nuke. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I was like, oh, these would be perfect for that because it really does scale. Like, this could totally be a human vertebrae if humans were tiny. Because it looks so similar. It's just so much smaller. Like I said, it's probably a, and there's like a little rib bone here. Like, it's so small. Just a little tiny rib bone. Pretty sure it's a rib bone. Looks like it. It's just so interesting how they scale. It's like, oh, it looks exactly as it would. But yeah, I feel like it'd be really cool in like a gelatinous cube. Alright, let me see if this is the right size. Might be a little bit long, actually. It's a little bit long. Alright, so I'm just gonna break this off. We're gonna cut this down just a tiny bit. It's just a tiny bit. While we're doing that, actually, I'm gonna put the plan is to put it in the middle of the D8. Just gonna go from about corner to corner. Think about this. So D8, about corner to corner. So we want about 2 pieces that are about that length. I'm that meme with all of the numbers flying through the air at the moment, trying to figure out the hypotenuse of the 2 angles here. I do actually mean that literally too. I am trying to figure out the hypotenuse. That sounded fake, but I was actually trying to figure out the hypotenuse. Okay, let me. This little box has some random little tools that I use with the UV resin. I have like a couple of pins that I use. And part of the reason that I have the pins and stuff in here is I can use a little bit of UV resin to fix little tiny flaws in dice. So, you know, sometimes if I have something that has like foil in it, it'll end up a little bit rough on top. I can fill that in with UV resin, sand it down, and it evens it out. Stuff like that. If there's a little tiny bubble on the surface, I can fill it in. That's the thought there. So, but a pin is great because it's the perfect size for that. All right, let me put this on again. And let's put these both under the lamp because I've got a couple little clear bars that are going to be to hold the oops, little lock in place. That's the idea. UV resin definitely has a smell to it. It probably puts off some fumes too that I should not be breathing, but I figure I'm not going to be exposed to it as long since it's curing so quickly. But I will be. Should think about showing off your dice on TikTok. I have been debating it. I was thinking of trying to do some like TikTok videos. There's a big like resin community on TikTok too. But I just didn't really get around to it. I have an account on there. I just haven't used it at all. There's so many different like social medias and stuff that I could use. Oh, perfect. That's much better. Yes, I think that is good. Just make sure. It's very close. Just want to make sure that I'm not going to be pushing down on it with the lid too much. Like I was saying earlier, I was debating doing like YouTube videos too, which are like, I don't know if I want to do both. I don't know if I want to do Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. I mean, I feel like it'd be smart. I just need to figure out my schedule for it. Because I need to actually schedule when I'm going to be, like, filming things. Like, I have a schedule for Twitch at this point. but I'd need to figure that out. Okay, I think we've got that for that. Let's see if we can get these to work. I'm just gonna flip these over and nuke them again. I should make a few more actually for the bones. The bones. But we're gonna have to figure out about how big that structure is gonna need to be to make it look like everything's floating. Nah, yeah, I really should probably go try TikTok with all the youngins. No, all of the youths. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. It's one of those. It's like there's certain pieces of media where I'm like, I would probably enjoy this, but I don't like necessarily feel like I have the brain space to like watch it or interact with it yet. It's one of those things where I'm like, I'll probably be really into this once I start it, but I don't know that I want to start it yet. That's how I feel about TikTok at the moment, but also I gotta like, I need to like start it now if I'm gonna start it. Alright, so what we're gonna do is put a little tiny drop resin on there. To be fair, I'd just be doing like resin stuff, so I wouldn't really care who followed me on TikTok, but I get that, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's one of those things where it's just like, I am an old woman, and I don't understand the TikToks. Is this a clock? You know, I say that, and yet my grandma's probably the most tech-savvy person I know. She's so tech-savvy. When I got an iPod for the first time, my grandma is who I went to find out how to work it, how to use it. She is so tech-savvy. Well, one of them. My two sets of grandparents are very different. Like, very different. My one grandmother was born in Chicago, the tech-savvy one, and my other grandmother was born in the Congo. They're very different. Just gonna add a small drop from here, because that's just gonna be easier. It's easier to get a small amount with the pin. Put that back in here. I don't think it's called that anymore. But at the time it was called the Congo. It's changed names a lot. I don't know what country it is now. I'm not good at geography. Let's see. It's mostly because you're studying child psych and you're just like, please no, go play with your age group. To be fair, I feel like there's value in intergenerational like not communication, but like interaction. But it is also good for kids to be playing with kids. Like there's good things, you know, with having all sorts of different age groups interacting with each other, but it is also good for kids to, you know, go out and play with their friends that are also kids. But I was also that kid that liked to hang out with the adults, so I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna nuke this one more time. I don't know, I spent a lot of time. It's kind of weird. I feel like I'm at the tail end of folks that, like, didn't necessarily do a lot of internet stuff. I obviously had the internet as a kid because I remember my parents playing MMOs. I grew up with my parents playing MMOs together, like EverQuest, EverQuest 2, World of Warcraft. But but I remember spending a lot of time outside as a kid. Alright, let me see. This might be a little bit too big. It is, but it is holding it in about the right spot. So let me cut it down a little tiny bit. A little bit more. Oh, there is, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, there's definitely, I definitely understand that, yeah. There's a certain amount of, like, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you still have to be careful with I feel like there's a lot less precaution back in my day. No, I feel like there's almost less precaution. Kids have less precaution on the internet now than like we were always taught growing up to have. So I'm just cutting this down till it's gonna be suspended in the right spot, and also there we go. So let me show you what I have done here. This might, kids are a lot more reckless these days. The kids are so much more reckless. We sound like such old people. We sound like old people. Yeah, just a second here. I think with the internet at least, kids are more reckless with the internet, but there's different, you know, there's different things. There's like, I don't know if kids are more reckless in general, but they might be more reckless with the internet. Because I'm thinking of my grandmother who grew up in Chicago. And she's like, you know, we all felt perfectly safe. She was like, I don't know, nothing really interesting happened. We all felt perfectly safe running around outside and all that stuff. She's like, oh, there was that 4-year-old that was murdered. But we all felt perfectly safe. It's like, Grandma. Okay, this might not be weighted perfectly, just because it's not, like, perfectly, you know, it's an odd shape. But I have tried to put it towards the middle of the die as much as possible, so that hopefully it will be weighted as well as possible. But I'm gonna forewarn you that it may not be perfect. But oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I can't talk. I feel like I probably have given far too much information on the internet, but I mean, there's people in the Twitch chat who have my address, which sounds so bad. Pretty click clacks, not really click clacks. I do try to make them as you know, weighted as well as possible, but that is good to know. It sounds really bad that there's people in the chat that have my address, but you will also have my address as soon as you get the package, because I ship these from my house. Like, there's certain things where it's just like, you know, as an adult, there's not much you can do to a certain extent, but I'm still not going to go around telling everybody my address on the internet. Is that flashing? Okay. Now for the bones. Yeah, I run a small business, exactly. Like, I'm not going around posting my address everywhere. It's just that if someone orders something from me, they're gonna end up with my address. Which I feel weird saying that too, because it feels like that's just asking for some sort of trouble. But it's like there's at least a reason for it. I'm not just giving strangers on the internet my address. If things got bigger in some way, if I ended up with like tons of Twitch followers, if I I don't know, if I start making YouTube videos and they get really big or something, I'll probably set up some sort of P.O. box or something, or some way to hide my address. At this point, though, I'm not super worried about it. Yeah, exactly. That's just dangerous. There's a reason for me having my people having my address, and that's that I'm shipping things to them for a business. But yeah, guys, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, guys. Not everyone is nice on the internet. Not everyone has your best intentions at heart. But at the same time, I wouldn't have a problem with kids watching my art videos. They're not necessarily the intended audience, but I figure I'm fairly family friendly for the most part. I'm sure I say some off-color things, but obviously I sound like such an old lady with my "y'all should please not have your address on the internet." Alright, I'm making some little tiny like tendrils of UV resin. I'll show you those. Exactly, you can use it as a tutorial, that sort of stuff. I'm very excited about people starting arts and crafts as well. Like, I feel like that's a good use of time, is doing arts and crafts. At least I think so. If you couldn't tell, I like doing arts and crafts. I like making things. I feel like I'm very lucky, because this is maybe an odd thing to be lucky for, but growing up, there's a blue. I just want clear for the other. Growing up, building skills is also good for the brain. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Growing up, my mom was very good at like supplying me with art supplies without telling me how to use them. And that's like, that sounds kind of weird. Like not like not showing me how paints work, but like giving me pipe stem cleaners and popsicle sticks and glue and paper and not telling me what to build. Like I spent a lot of time as a kid doing arts and crafts and just making stuff. I have fond memories of, I can't remember, it might have started out as being first school project, but I don't remember. I think we just went with it. I vaguely remember building like a giant castle out of popsicle sticks with like a working portcullis, and I made like a little stable for some horses. I made a little horse out of popsicle sticks. Pull these up, flip them over, and blast them again. But I feel very lucky for having that as a kid, for being allowed to just make things without rules. And I feel like I have gotten worse at that as an adult. I feel less creative as an adult, for sure. Because I'm definitely more focused on what other people are making, I think, as an adult. I strive to be creative, but at the same time, I'm also looking at what other people have made and like comparing what I have made to that. It's not necessarily like a healthy mindset to have, but there's more of that. You spent most of your time writing as a kid. 3D visualization to completion was difficult. I see writing is difficult for me. I've gotten a bit better at it now. I've always been much happier like painting or like here. That's one we did on stream. There's one that we worked on stream. Not quite done yet. I've always been much more comfortable working with my hands. Art as a job does require a bit of comparison, for price comparison at the very least. Oh yeah, like I said, that's how I do a lot of my pricing, is I go look up similar items and see what people are charging and that sort of stuff. Alright, this one's gonna go in the middle because it's long. So let's maybe attach something here. Oh, thank you. What I was gonna say is that I find writing so much more difficult because I'm good at coming up with like concepts. I'm bad at figuring out the details. So like I can come up with, I have a whole idea for a book, but figuring out what the different characters are gonna sound like, what the, let's see if I can, sorry, let me attach this while I'm talking. But figuring out like all the dialogue, figuring out how people get from point A to point B, that's so difficult for me. I probably should have just attached this as well. Whereas with a lot of like this sort of stuff, I can just kind of turn my brain off to a certain extent. Once I have like kind of an idea, I can just kind of turn my brain off and go for it to a certain extent. I'm gonna attach these two together. Oh, a little piece came off of this bone. It had like a little like cap on it. Okay, whenever you word vomit a ton of writing, it's relaxing. If you get too caught up trying to edit at the same time, it stagnates. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's probably part of my issue too. I think, like I said, I have a whole idea for a book. Probably if I just sat down and write and didn't try to think about whether it was good or not, it would go a lot easier. But I don't know. I guess I'm more interested in like tactile things. I'm a very like tactile person. Writing does appeal to me in that I like things where I can see when they're done and I can see how far I've gotten on them. Which is part of the reason that I love the arts, just in general. It's quite often you can see that something is in progress, and then you can see that it is done. Well, to be fair, I consider writing an art as well. It totally is. Just a second here. Let me make sure that this is not too big. Alright, that's about as wide as I can go. Oops. Oh no. This is the problem with bones. They're so tiny and fragile. Alright, and actually I'm going to cut some of these in half because I need things to be a little bit smaller. Just a second. These are so small and the opening is small. Okay. I can't remember what I was talking about. I was giving my opinions on art, I'm sure. That's really why I stream, right? It's just Liz's opinion hour, I guess. Well, Liz's opinion, 4 hours. It's been a long stream. It always takes me forever to cut things up. Okay. A little more resin here. Sorry, anyways, world needs more crafters and artists. The world today is so eager to tamp down more artistic dreams, it's honestly depressing. So that's why I like to support smaller creators where I can. Oh, well, I'm glad that you stopped by my shop. I do really appreciate that. I really enjoy creating things. So we're gonna try adding one of these vertebrae, I think. Which one do we want to do? Do we want to do the bigger one? I think maybe the bigger one. Yes. Your patronage is very much appreciated. But seriously though, I really do appreciate it. I like working on dice, and I like doing commissions too. I like the back and forth nature of it. I'm a social person. I think best when I'm like bouncing ideas off of someone else. So working on commissions, like sending things to people and being like, hey, what do you think of this? Getting feedback back. That's how I work the best. So it all works out well for me. Obviously, commissions take time and stuff, but as part of the reason I'm trying to figure out a good, like, bread and butter sort of thing I can make, but see, one day you'll probably crawl back for commissions for your rogue's daughter. She's also blue, but she's an artificer. Not born yet, though. You have lore for the future. I really should make a. I think I really should make the emote for my channel just lore an exclamation with an exclamation mark, because that's what happens in my chat quite often, is people lore dumping about characters that they're working on, which I always love. I love hearing about people's projects. I do have a set of just let me pull up a photo of some dice that are going to be for sale on Friday. That reminds me of, if I can find photos. I do have these ones that are going to be available on Friday. They're based on a different character, but makes me think of Blue Artificer because of the gears and the blue. But there's so many different things that could be done with that. Alright, let me test this again. Okay, that seems to be working. Let's maybe do, let's see. Your table's currently saving the ley lines of the material plane, but we go to space next campaign and a next-gen sandbox campaign. Keep an eye on those, yeah. Okay, cool. So you kind of have your characters planned out for your next campaign, and they're going to be like the next gen of your current campaign. That sounds cool. That's smart. All right, let's see here. I'm just figuring out where I want to put everything at the moment. Oh, probably like here-ish. So I want to put it kind of in between these two. The structure for this definitely looks funky at the moment, and it will make more sense once you can't see the oh no, that bone fell off. That's okay. It's very delicate. That's okie dokie. Just want to make sure that I have let's see. All different planes, like the 9 hells, etc., are systems with planets and the like. We're still figuring out the space combat, though. It's complicated. Isn't there a, I don't know what edition you're using. Isn't there already, like, a thing written for, like, space D&D? I feel like I think there's like a Space Pirates, thing that's, like, written, I think, for, I don't know if it's for D&D 5th edition. Oh man, I don't remember what it's called. But you might be able to pull some stuff from there. I feel like that's a thing. I feel like there's a Space Pirates like setting that's already been written for 5th edition that you might be able to pull some stuff from. Kind of, you're overhauling the system from the group up. Your DM is a space nerd. That's fun though. That is fun How did I have this? Kind of like that, I think. There we go. This will be good size. I don't know where that went. That just flung into space. He's actually an astrophysicist in real life to boot, so he's sinking his teeth into it. That's very cool. Gotta bringing in your real world knowledge. And here I am using my math degree. Can't you tell? Sorry, I just like bringing up the fact that I have a math degree, and I'm. It seems like such a strange combo for what I'm doing now. Well, let's just attach that to here first, I think. Figure out where we want this. That is cool though, that he's using like stuff that he knows and then like translating it into like D&D stuff. Like, that's cool. I feel like there's plenty of, it's like I have an idea for a warlock that's going to be a tailor. He grew up as a tailor. I don't know anything about tailoring. So, you know, it would be, you know, probably cool if I actually did some research into like what the profession is like. Oh, I can't do times tables. I actually mentioned that earlier. I don't remember if you were here or not. I passed my times tables once in my entire education, and that was the very last one that we had to do in 6th grade. I can do math, can't do memorization. Very, very different things. Times tables are just stupid. Times tables are all about memorizing things, which I can't do. But yeah, that's true. Math is important in design. That's fair. I started out in engineering, to be fair. I don't technically have a math degree. My degree is very long, because it's technically a general science degree, but it's with a focus in mathematics. I think like this, maybe. Math is something you struggle with for some reason. You've never been able to explain it. That's fair. I mean, I feel like it's one of those things where a lot of people have trouble with it. There's certain things with it. There's certain parts of it that make sense to me. There's certain parts that don't. Like differential equations, I still can't wrap my brain around differential equations. My final project was using differential equations. I still don't understand how they work. It has to do with like derivatives of variables. It's very confusing. It's basically saying, hey, what if these variables were changing and also dependent on other variables? How can we calculate what might happen? Wait, why was that over here? That needs to be over that. But yeah, no, don't. Times tables are so stupid. No, a lot of math I don't remember. Like calculus, I don't really remember how to do a lot of it. If I needed to do calculus, I could probably figure it out. I'd know what to Google and that sort of stuff. But like algebra and geometry for sure have been very useful to me. I think people might not think of algebra and geometry as being super helpful, but oh, why did this end up like this? I'm sorry. Like I'll use geometry if I have. I've used geometry in like drawing and stuff where I'm like, okay, I know that I have this much space here and this much space here, but I don't know where, like how big the canvas needs to be, and so I'll figure out, okay, if I use triangles, I know this length and this length, I can figure out this length, that sort of thing. it's been useful for that. You can see I have a skeleton for my skeleton. Let me find a background here. Never likes to focus. Let me find a bigger background. The new, the improved, bigger, better background. Oops. Try just saying I can't see. There we go. It's in front of my screen. Come on, you can find it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm slowly building up a structure for this, these bones. And then it looks a little bit funky now with all of the clear rods in between everything, but once it's actually in the die, hopefully it'll look like they're floating. Let's see. I do hate that the times haven't updated in regards to learning in general. Like, the name of the game isn't really memorization anymore, but being able to locate information and then act on it correctly. Still, kids are forced to memorize things. That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. My dad is a middle school teacher, and he very much thinks the same thing. He's ever since he's started teaching, he's always kind of focused on, well, he's always had computers in his classroom. He got a grant for them and ended up teaching where he did because they would let him keep his computers. Because that's one of the things that he was teaching the kids, was how to research things, how to find the information that you need. You know, where's the information that you need. Let's go off of here, I think. And it really is the name of the game these days. Is, you know, how to find the information that you need. Not necessarily remembering the information that you need, but how to find it. Let me think about where I'm going to put this. I think there. I think will be pretty good. I think that could go on the other side. We're gonna cut one of these pieces to be rather short. Just a little tiny. I don't know where that went. We're gonna cut another little piece to be very, very short. Okay. Because we're gonna do one that's not very far off of there. Okay. Let's see, you're an advocate for open note tests and stuff. Like, if the kid took good notes and knows how to apply it, they'll do good. If they took bad notes or don't know how to apply it, or both, they won't do well. Yet so many people act like it's sacrilege. Oh yeah, I absolutely agree. Like I said before, I'm talking as someone who didn't get diagnosed with ADHD until the age of 26, which is how old I am now. Maybe I was 25. I've been 25, actually. But still. So yeah. It's one of those things where, add another little thing here. You know, I've always been pretty good at taking notes, but I've never been good at memorizing things, and it's frustrating. I was always a very good student until I got to college, though. Like, well, okay. I did very well in school. In first grade, though, they did a neuropsychological exam on me because I wasn't getting my work done in class. It's funny reading that back now, the notes from that, because I asked for it from my mom and she gave it to me. Because reading it back now, it's like, I probably should have been diagnosed with ADHD a lot earlier, because the guy literally talks about how I am impulsive and talk a lot, but not necessarily about what's going, like, what on topic. And it's just like, dude, I can tell you what this is, but oh, what was I saying? Did very well in school, and then, like, even though I wasn't getting, like I said, I wasn't getting my work done in first grade, but past that, seemed to be doing fine. I did well through middle school, did well through high school, graduated with very high GPA. I did Running Start, which was, I did community college for like my last 2 years of high school. Did perfectly fine. And then I went away to university. And suddenly I did not have the same structure that I had before. And I did not do great. I suddenly had to try and figure out my own schedule and everything. And it just didn't work out well. But I got a job. I got an offer for a job back in my hometown while I was away at school. So I came back and I worked an office job for 5.5, 6 years. Probably about 5.5, 6 years. And started going back to school one class at a time at a local college. Not a community college, it's like an offshoot of a larger college, but we have a community college here, and then also like a offshoot from a larger university. And then, so I started doing that one class at a time, and then first I was so burnt out. I was so burnt out between working full-time and going to school part-time that I quit my job to finish my degree. I had one quarter semester. I think it was a quarter. Must have been a quarter. Oh crap, I just broke that. Sorry, that's very, very small and delicate. No, I quit my job. I had been working there 5 or 6 years, had some savings, to go back to school full time, because I couldn't schedule both. I had 3 classes left, and I could not get the class times to match up with work times, so I was burnt out anyways. I just quit my job and went back to school. Now, the issue with this, and well, first of all, I'd just like to say I graduated with like a 3.8, 4 or 5 GPA. I graduated with good grades in college that time too, but I also it was a lot easier for me doing it one class at a time. I could actually schedule things. Part of the thing is, if I have a whole bunch of little things, I get very confused very easily about what I need to be working on. Just a second here, let me see if I can get this in here. I do much better with one project at a time. So I'm just trying to work this in here. I don't want to break anything or mess with the frame too much. Excellent. I think that will be, oh no, there's one section there that could use something else. Let me see if I can, actually, you know what? I think I could just stick this in here over on this side, and it'll take up some of that space. Let me think about this. I think I can just put that over there. There's a couple of these other little pieces, and I think that'll fill in this last little space here. There's a spot kind of by the bottom that's a little bit empty, but I think that'll fix that. Okay. There's D12. Let's see. Your current mood is mostly just the fact that the back half of your junior year and this point your entire senior has gotten upended. So many profs think a textbook is a decent replacement for lectures. Ugh. Ugh. No. No. It's not. It's not the same thing. Yeah. Oh, what a... yeah, I bet it's chaos at the moment. That sounds like a mess. doesn't really surprise me that it's chaos at the moment. What I was going to say was the problem with me going back to school full time is that I graduated in May, which, depending on where you're at, that's right after quarantine started. So I graduated right after quarantine started. So figuring out work and stuff after that was a little confusing, which is how I ended up here. So I'm honestly kind of, I'm not happy that quarantine was a thing, but I'm happy that it gave me the opportunity to do this, if that makes sense. Like, obviously it's terrible, but I am glad that it ended up pointing me in a direction that I'm enjoying. Okay, I think we've got all of our pieces. We're gonna make one more little horsey for one more knight for the d6. So that's off to the side. We have our other pieces. I think the snake skin is a little bit bigger than it needs to be. Let me just debate this just a second. Let me think about this. I think the snake skin is going to need to have a little bit more of the clear and red than the dark blue. Like I was saying before, I did a little test here. I did a little test with the colors and some snake skin. And it's very hard to see the snake skin in there. You can see it, but it's kind of hard to see. So I think it's going to be a little bit easier to see if it's in clear more than it's in the dark blue. And I'm just debating how much of it we want. I think maybe like that. I have a little bit of that, and I'm gonna kind of crinkle it up a little bit and put it in there. So we get kind of all those textures in there, but also I want it to take up enough space that you end up seeing it. And that's going to go in a D10, so actually that's smaller than the D20. I think that'll be plenty. Let's put this stuff away. Don't think I need these anymore. One last thing before we actually pull out the resin, and this has been a very long stream. Thank you to people who have stuck around. What am I missing? I'm missing the actual resin. One last thing is I want to add some glitter and other things to these random, oops, knock those over. Oh, actually, let me pull out one of these. And I have a question for you, Sleep. I tend to send a little bonus D4, a little crystal-shaped D4, and a keychain with custom orders. Just because usually I end up with a little bit extra resin. I just kind of use them as dump molds. If you're gonna get a keychain, do you have a particular shape that you'd be interested in? Quite often I'll do like a little crystal shape. I have a little bottle shape, but I have all sorts of other shapes too. Could do a little sphere. Do you have a preference? Oh, actually, wait. Actually, I might have one already for you. I have a dark blue with gold foil. Could use that. Unless you have a preference for something else. Yes? You like the pretty orb? Okay, cool. Let me add something to this so that we will be able to attach to a keychain. Where is my things? Oh, there they are. I'm going to, this should work. You sucker for blue and gold. So it's just a good combo. Alright. I have a very fancy way that I attach these to keychains. I have little pins that have little flat ends. I add a little bit of Elmer's glue and then I add resin on top. Very fancy. Actually, I think I have a spare die for you too already. So I might not even have to do, we'll see if I have some extra, I'll use that as a dump mold, but I think I already have a spare die for you. Usually I do a crystal D4, but I think I have a spare D6 that's also in the blue and gold. Because I had some left over when I was doing the tests before. But we'll see. I'll leave the crystal D4 mold out and we'll use it if we have some leftover blue. Might go that direction. Yeah, I have these that I made with some leftover. It's just blue and gold. Alright. So that's just have that glued into the little divot there, and we'll add just a little bit of resin and it'll attach that. Alright, so for the dominoes. I haven't used this domino mold before. I wanted to try them out. I wanted to actually try out a mold that I haven't tried yet. I was debating between the domino mold and the keycap molds that I got. But I've been thinking about ways to use some of that, oh, I just kind of scratched that up a little bit. I've been, thinking of ways of how to use some of the leftover resin scraps all day. So I decided, let's do something that shouldn't make a whole bunch of resin scraps, but I can use maybe some larger pieces in. So I'm going for dominoes. Like I said, I've been wanting to use this mold, and I haven't yet. But like I was saying before, I have all of this stuff that's going to go in here, and I want to add some like glitter and stuff. There's a little bit of glitter in the bottom of one of these. This one, I think. Yeah, this one has some glitter and stuff in it at the bottom of it. So let's grab some more glitter. We're just gonna mix a whole bunch of stuff together. I need a bigger container to mix that all in. This doesn't all fit in there. What have I got? Ah, here we go. That'll work. It's another tin like the one that I have all of my colors in. We're just gonna pour it all in here. I'm not putting any resin in here. I'm just gonna mix all the glitter and everything up in here. I'm just gonna. All right, let's see. What all do we want? Let's grab some of this glitter and some of this glitter. Maybe a little bit of this glitter and this glitter. Got so much glitter, guys. Okay. We'll grab a little bit of old foil. A little bit of some iridescent flakes. Maybe some weird little like holographic like silver curly cues. And let's do some pretty pink blue mica powder. We're just gonna throw a little bit of all sorts of different things in here. Put some of this glitter in. I'm gonna put some of these in. I'm just gonna throw everything in here. That was going fast enough for me. Don't need a ton, but it's always pretty. Done that. Done this. I'll mix this up a little bit. That's good. A little bit of shimmer. The glitter kind of ends up at the bottom, but that's okay. It'll get mixed in. Got a few of these. Those are just kind of weird, so we'll just add a few. And a little bit of this light blue. I've done some dice in the past that I call my like everything in the kitchen sink dice, in which I'll cut up like a little bit of glitter, or not glitter, cut up a little bit of resin, and mix it with a whole bunch of other things, you know, glitter and foil and flakes and that sort of stuff, and put those in dice. It's always fun. And we're going to add just a little tiny bit of Duo Blue Pink. And I don't want a lot of this, because that adds a little bit of a shimmer. And I don't want enough that it really colors it. Okay, there should be enough resin that doesn't end up being an issue. Oh wait, I found some bright blue. We're going to add some bright blue glitter as well. We're just adding a little bit of everything. Alright. We have our pot of a little bit of everything. Oh, wait, I need my gold foil. That's what I'm missing. Time to draw now. Are you gonna do more character lineups? Characters for the lineup? That makes sense. I'm trying to pull apart, I don't know if this you see, I'm trying to pull apart, like it's kind of clumped in here, and if I put it in a clump, it'll just stay clumped. But if I put it in flakes or sheets, when I stir it, it'll hopefully break up into slightly smaller pieces. So I'm going to stir this up. I'm glad that you had a relaxing nap, Jen. You're halfway lined on the 8'6" lady, actually. You're just having pose issues. Okay, actually, I think these are going to end up in here. This will be easier to mix. I think I'm going to grab a third one. I'm going to try and spread some of this stuff out, because it's just, I'm having difficulty getting some of this stuff mixed up in here. So let's pour some stuff. There's just so much. Actually, you know what? How much? I wonder. And I think I'm gonna end up doing a little bit at a time. So let's keep going here. I just want these to be roughly the same so that they all match. I had an idea for something to draw the other day, and it involved people. Oh wait, that's another thing I should add. I'm gonna add a little bit of this foil too. Oops, that was probably more than I should have added, but that's okay. I'll grab a little bit from that one. Stretch. Give me just a moment here. I've been streaming for so long. Alright. It has been decreed that it is time to stretch, so we'll stretch. Just take a short nap here while I It's always a good idea to stretch every once in a while. Okay. Now we're getting down to some of the glitter here, so we're going to try and add that fairly evenly to these three. You have to stretch too. If you just woke up from a nap, yeah. Also, if you've been drawing for a while. All right, you can see the sort of glitter that's getting added. Oh, pink and the blue. Oh, oh man, probably all stiff. Entirely kind, completely new to resin, but love tabletop RPG. Oh, cool. So do we. So you're in the right place. I'm always happy to have new people. Do you have a game? Let's see. Can you walk and talk me through it? Yeah, absolutely. You got me at the right time because I'm just kind of getting ready to pour stuff. So I'm gonna be doing Dominoes as well, but I have a set of dice here that I'm doing for a commission for Sleep, who's in the chat, and I've made some different things. I did use some UV resin, so it's a kind of resin where it takes like sunlight. Yeah, there's Sleep. Pathfinder. Oh, okay, cool. I played Pathfinder for a little bit. I think we're back to. You know, I totally read that as hi, but I guess one of the eyes was upside down. I totally read that exclamation mark as an I. No, we played Pathfinder for a while. One of my favorite games that I've played was with Pathfinder, but we've moved back to D&D. I grew up on D&D. So, but I mean these 7-piece sets. No, I used some UV resin to make some little stands to make sure that pieces would stay in the right spot. UV resin cures with like sunlight, so I have like a little lamp that people use for like UV nails and stuff to harden things. And then we'll be using 2-part resin for the actual dice, just because it's more cost effective and stuff to, you know, to use 2-part resin. You can get a lot more of it. Also, it's gonna probably work better for dice. But I do need to set up one more thing. Where did I put the gold foil away. I need the gold foil. This set of dice is gonna have blue with gold foil, and then clear with some red streaks through it, and then it has all different things in it. So we'll do probably about. Let me think about this for a second. So each set of dice takes about 30 milliliters of resin. We're not doing the D6, we're not doing a D10, because the D10's already done. So it probably is only going to take about. I'm probably only going to do about 10 milliliters of the blue resin. It's probably going to be a little bit more than 20, but I think we're actually going to want a little bit more of the clear, because since the blue is darker, it's going to look like there's more than there is of the clear. So we'll probably only do about 10 milliliters of the blue. Debating how much gold foil I want. We'll add one more piece. I think that'll be good. If we need to add more, we can. It's easy enough to do. So we've got that. The other one's gonna be blue. The rest is gonna be clear, and it's gonna have some bright red streaks through it. We've got our. Let me grab a little cup for our bee. Do you have any fun characters or any games going at the moment, Melita? Did I say that correctly? You said Pathfinder, but we're a very lore-heavy chat. We like to talk characters. Jen in the chat is working on some character designs at the moment. I'm making Sleep's dice for a rogue character. Where's my? So it's there's always lore happening in the chat. Alright, sorry, I'm just cleaning off my mixing cup here. It has all sorts of little drops of cured resin on the inside of it, which isn't a huge deal, but I don't necessarily want those in the next thing that I'm gonna make. Wouldn't be a big deal for this set, I suppose. It's all clear resin, but it just makes it easier. Gorgon season is now following. Oh, well, thank you. Thanks for following. Glad you could stop by. Here's a weird observation. I don't know, I wonder if it's some sort of Twitch algorithm. I feel like there's been a lot more people that have found my channel since I reached affiliate. I spent quite a while trying to get to 50 followers so that I could reach affiliate. And it was more difficult than getting followers is now. It's just kind of strange. I'm thinking probably Twitch prioritizes. You haven't been able to play this year, so you focus on joining cosplay and LARPing group. Ooh, that's cool too. I haven't really played much this year just because I don't enjoy playing online. Actually, no, I take that back. Oh, what's this? What's this? Nalita the Kind is now following. Oh, well, thanks. I have played a little bit this year, and that's because my family played a game together. But that was before my dad had to go back to teaching. So we played this summer. But my normal D&D group, alas, has not met for like a year. But to be fair, cosplay and LARPing is really cool too. I haven't done any LARPing, but I love cosplaying. I have some costume ideas that I should work on. I still need to set up like my sewing machine. I need to work on this room. I have like resin stuff, like soap stuff, and I have like, it's covered in polymer clay stuff at the moment. And then I've been meaning to set up the corner of the room as like sewing, but I haven't done that yet. Okay, I'm gonna take this jacket off for pouring resin, just because I don't want to get resin on it. The sleeves are a little bit long. I don't want to test my fate. If I get a little bit on this shirt, I'm not as worried. It's an old shirt. But I think we've got everything that we need to go. So let's go. All right. So since I'm going to be working with resin, and I work with resin a lot, I want to have my proper safety equipment. I'm going to be a little bit muffled for a bit, probably the rest of the stream. Just want to give you guys a heads up. I'm going to sound like this, because resin does give off fumes, so it's only safe to wear respirator and some gloves. Safety first. Exactly. All right, let's go. Well, here, just a second. Let me pull the resin down. I've realized, so, just a second. I was really bad about using resin safely when I first started using it. I didn't wear gloves or a respirator, and that has led to me being allergic to resin, which isn't an issue now, as long as I'm wearing a respirator and gloves. But if I get like resin on my skin, I end up with like very, very itchy eyes. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what has caused I get like, my eyelids get very, very dry. It's very weird. It's just annoying, but better to be safe. Okay, so we're gonna do about 100 milliliters. A set of dice takes about 30. We've got a couple dice that are missing. I'd probably take 25 or so, that's my guess. Actually, I guess we're gonna be doing this one too, so we have one more that I'm doing for a different set. And then I have these Dominoes, which really take a whole bunch of resin, but I'm just going to do kind of one layer in them. And then I will do a second layer once that has cured of a solid color, so that when you're playing Dominoes, you don't know what's on the other side. You don't want to know. But
I have two-part resin, so there's a resin and then there's a hardener. So I'm gonna pour the resin first. It's a little bit thicker, so it's like kind of harder to measure exactly. So it's easier for me to pour this one first in case I need to take some out, put a little bit more in, or I can just make sure that I add the exact same amount of this one. Because I want exactly the same amount of part A and part B. I'm going to go a little quiet for a minute. I can't talk and measure at the same time. I'll give you guys my normal making tea story afterwards, but feel free to chat amongst yourselves in chat. I'll be right back. So I want these two parts to be exactly the same, otherwise it won't cure correctly. Part B. Alright. And back. Grab a new thing to stir with. Okay. Where did that hair come from? There's cat hair everywhere. Yeah. For those of you that are new here, I have 4 cats. And they're not really allowed in this room, but their hair makes it in anyways. Alright. Yeah, so the 2 most important things when working with resin are that you measure the 2 parts exactly and that you stir it completely. Because if you don't do either of those things, or if you don't do one of those things, it won't cure properly and you'll just end up with a sticky mess. So it's going to be a little bit while I mix this. It's rather thick, and you can see it's kind of cloudy and kind of have some like lines in it at the moment. You want to make sure that it's perfectly clear and doesn't have any of those lines anymore. And that's how you know it's been mixed completely. Let's see. And Jen says, hello new friend, you are Jen, wielder of the sword and keeper of the lore, among other things. Yeah. Drawing an 8'6" buff lady and it's giving you gay palpitations. If you haven't met Jen, I feel like that's a good descriptor. At least from what I know of her. Oh, but yeah, my making tea story, and I tell this fairly often, but it's the reason that I can't talk and measure at the same time. I was making myself tea, and the kettle had just finished boiling, and I had my tea bag in my mug, and I started pouring the hot water into the mug, and in the middle of pouring, I was still looking at the mug. I started thinking about something else, still looking at the mug, mind you, and I got distracted thinking about whatever it was, and I just continued pouring the hot water until my cup overflowed. I got hot water all over the counter. So it's just easier if I don't distract myself while I'm measuring things. I don't want to end up with resin all over the counter instead. But if you were wondering how distractible I am, there's your answer. Alright, so we're gonna be doing the dice first, because the dominoes is just kind of a bonus thing. It's kind of a, like, it's not as important the exact amount of resin that I have for those. So we're gonna be doing the other things first. Some of these I need to think about what I am doing here. Let's see here. So the bones will probably be about half and half, with the dark blue and the red. Just so that we can make sure that we see the bones, but also we have that nice dark blue. It'll be kind of a mix. The snake skin will be a little bit more of the clear with the red, because it's going to show up a little bit better with the clear and the red than it is with the dark blue. So maybe like a third of the dark blue to actually wait. Okay, cool. And we're going to be putting in the clear and the red first on that one, and then adding a little bit of the dark blue at the top. Let's see, the lock here, probably about half and half, I would think. I think you'll be able to see the lock all right, especially if one half is clear. And the seashell, not as worried on that one. I'm not sure on the gargoyle, because I kind of think there should be a little bit less of the blue so you can see the gargoyle, because the blue is just kind of dark. What do you think, Sleep? These are your dice if you're still here. Oh yeah, we were just talking. I would assume you're still here. On the D20 with the gargoyle, I was thinking a little bit less of the dark blue so that you can see the gargoyle better, but if you want it in the dark blue, I'm willing to go that direction too. I'm not 100% certain. We're getting closer. There's still some lines in this. I'm going to scrape the sides and make sure there's not like a whole bunch of one kind stuck there, because then, you know, it wouldn't get mixed in. You'd end up with like sticky points. So I'm just gonna scrape everything here. Whew. Yeah, there's, like I said, you want to make sure that all of the kind of lines of like the swirls of where the two types are swirling together are completely gone. You want it to be completely mixed, so you can make sure that your resin cures. And it takes a little bit of time. If you're still here, Nolita, I am curious about your cosplay and LARPing group, because I've never done any LARPing, but I'd be curious to know what that's like. And or, like, is there particular characters that you've been cosplaying? Because that's cool. I went to Emerald City Comic Con a couple years. I went to school over in Seattle for a couple years. I went to Emerald City Comic Con. And let's see, did a Doctor Who themed costume at one point. I did a Team Fortress 2 costume at one point, that was fun. Did that with some friends. I did actually the Doctor Who one with some friends too. What else have I done costumes for? I keep saying this, but I have a Molly Mock Tea Leaf costume that I keep meaning to put together. Not the coat, but I have some other ideas for that. But if it's a LARPing group, I don't know if you're doing like original medieval type characters. So that's cool too. I went to a Renaissance fair. I've only ever gone to one Renaissance fair, and it was really fun. But I never really understood in D&D why chainmail was listed under like heavy armor. Oh, there's still some streaks in there. Because like I have chainmail, it's like 30 something pounds. And once you put it on, it really doesn't feel that heavy because it's centered over you, like over your body. Um, and then I wore it to a Renaissance fair and I walked around in it for like 2 hours. And I was so tired by the end. You know, just adding that like 30 extra pounds on my shoulders. And like, I was trying to do a thing with a friend where you stand on like a stump and you hit each other with pillows and try to knock each other off. And the problem was that I was wearing chainmail, and so once I started moving in one direction, I had all of that extra weight that kept me moving in that direction. It's like, there's no way I'm gonna win this. I'm both tired, and I have, I have more weight on my upper body than I'm used to. Like, I'm unbalanced. And yeah, that was when I was like, oh, okay, it makes sense to me why this is heavy armor. Like, it's not like, you know, ridiculously heavy. It's only like 30 something pounds, but it's still like, once you've been walking around in it for 2 hours, it's just like, I need a nap. I should find a use to use that again. I still have that chainmail. I didn't actually get that for myself. My dad originally got it. I can't remember what he got it for, but he was hoping it would fit him because it was supposed to be like an extra large or something, and it ended up fitting me. Which, I don't know. I think I'm the only one that can get, like, my head through it, so I don't know who it was supposed to be an extra large for. I did end up cutting off a little bit on the bottom because it was very, very long. It was just strange, though. He definitely was not going to fit him. Okay, I think we're good. Let me just scrape this one last time. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that you're not well. But that, let's see, Mardi Gras parade for cosplayers out of the closet. Your daughter came out in August and is 12, so you're going as Fairy Gay Mother. She's going as Ramazan. That's very cool. I hopefully once you're feeling better, I look forward to hearing more about it. But that's very fun. Very, very fun. Sydney, Australia parade, March 6th. Very cool. It's a little far away from where I live. I'm in the States, but that sounds like a lot of fun. Alright, I think we're all good here. So I've got that all mixed. It's a little bit bubbly. I tend to over mix my resin a little bit. Makes it a little bit longer than it probably needs to be mixed. But that is okay for me because I have a pressure pot. So if there's some little bubbles, once I put it in the pressure pot and put it under pressure, all of those little bubbles will get very, very small as they get pushed in. And they'll get so small that you can't even see them. So as long as there's no big air bubbles in there where they won't, you know, they'll all go to the top and make huge gaps, or they'll look like huge air bubbles. It's not a big deal. There's some tricks for folks that don't have pressure pots like I do, but I can take you through some of those. We'll be on TV on SBS. I'll have to see if I can catch it. I don't know if I will be able to or not, but maybe I'll be able to find it on YouTube or something too after the fact. That's very cool. That's very fun. All right. So this one's going to be blue. So a little bit of gold. We're almost 5 hours in, and I'm finally getting to sleep. We're almost there. Here's a question for you. Actually, I think that's good. I was gonna say, is this enough? Got enough gold for you, or do you want a little bit more? How do you feel about that amount of gold? Time is an illusion. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, cool. I think it's a good amount too. It's not so much that you can't see the blue, but you can still get little pinks of gold in there. How was I thinking? I think that blue is probably good as well. I don't think I want to go too much darker than that. It's a good blue. I think with the with all of this, it'll be good. That one's gonna do clear first. This one I'm gonna do blue first. Let me grab this. This will be easier. Nocturnal creature. All right. I realized a while back that for some reason I scheduled my like off days. So I gave myself 2 days a week that are my weekends, and they are Thursday and Sunday. But I realized that I scheduled my 2 weekends for the days after I stream. I kind of wonder if I did that subconsciously because I knew I was going to be like tired. Alright, this one we're going to do blue first. And to be fair, usually my streams are about 2.5 hours, 3 hours. This is a little bit longer than we usually go. But yeah. Oh wait, I want that one I want to do clear first as well. This one I want to do blue first. I'm still unsure how much blue I want to do here though. Do you have a preference, Sleep, on whether you would like the gargoyle to be like surrounded by blue or like kind of sitting in a puddle of blue? I was kind of thinking sitting in a puddle of blue so that you could see it a little bit better, but it's it's fine. It'd be fine either way. Let me start making it clear where to go as well. So the way we're going to do the red, puddle would probably work best. Okay, cool. Oh, let me do one other thing. Help with visibility. That's kind of what I was thinking. Alright, I'm going to take this little seashell. It's going to go in there for now. Alright, so we're just going to add a little tiny bit of this blue in the bottom, and it's going to get squished up a little bit by the gargoyle. And I think I should probably coat this guy in clear as well, because air is going to try and get trapped in all of those little nooks and crannies. And I want to try and get some of those bubbles out before I put it in. Actually, it's looking pretty good. I've made the right choice of starting with these so that I can hopefully avoid. This is going to be a little bit fun. I'm going to try and get this in here without breaking anything because it's a little bit fragile. That wing is very, very fragile. Okay. Probably shouldn't have put the blue in yet, but that's okay. We're making it work. There we go. Now it's sitting upright. Let me try and get it centered. It'd be very hard for me to show this to you, I'm afraid. I'm trying to get the wing situated without breaking it. The wings are the most. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. That's right where I want it, I think. And a little tiny bit more blue. So it's kind of up to the plinth there. Let that sit for a minute. Y'all ever spend an embarrassing amount of time drawing a hand? You're operating under the assumption that I even tried drawing people. Something I really don't do all that much. Let me add a small piece of glitter here. There was a big chunk of gold that was stuck to the lock in here. I'm just gonna add a couple of little tiny pieces here around the sides that hopefully won't make it hard to see, because that's what I want to avoid. I want to make sure everything is visible. All right, and then a couple of these, like I said, I'm gonna be adding the clear first. This is one of them. I'm gonna add a little bit of this. I'm not actually gonna add a whole bunch more. So I'm gonna take this snakeskin, and I'm also gonna throw that in here. So what we're gonna do is we want some swirls of red in here. And we still have our shell and our stuff in there, but for the red, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this red pigment. I put a little drop on, well, actually, do I have, yeah, this is even better. I put a little drop on the end of a stir stick here, and this one I've even cut off so it's even a little bit smaller. We're gonna just kind of run that through our resin. Where am I kidding? Oh, there's resin on the bottom of this. And I don't want too much, or it won't show up as swirls. I don't want too little, or it won't show up at all. So it's a kind of a fine line there of making some red swirls. Let's see if I can get it so you can see. Never likes to focus. Let me see if I can get it so I can focus. Come on, find it. There we go. You can kind of see some swirls of red in there. You want to, yeah, trying to get the red to show up, but also, you know, not be overpowering. So let's put that there. So let's grab that seashell down here. Maybe. It's going to be difficult because it's a slippery little bird. There we go. Finally got it. So here, the part that I'm most worried about being covered is I want to make sure that the inside part of the shell has a little bit of an air bubble in there. I'm trying to get that out. So I'm gonna just try and draw that out a little bit. I'm just gonna try and pull the air bubble out a little bit as we go. Hopefully some of the resin will fill in that space. It's honestly easier said than done, but there we go. Got that air bubble popped. So we're going to try and fill that in with some resin. I'm sure still air in there just because of how the shells are shaped and everything. And then I'm going to take that and put that in here. Alright. You can kind of see there's definitely still air bubbles in here, but some of that should get pushed together with the pressure pot. So there's our shell with our red swirls. The red swirls are kind of hard to see with the blue background, but they're in there. It looks a little bit more red than swirled at the moment, but they are swirls. And then we're going to hopefully very gently, or try to do this very gently, Actually, you know, I might wait. I'm gonna wait to put the blue in because those will actually stay as better layers if it's a little bit thicker. They'll stay layered a little bit better if it's a little bit thicker when I add that. So there's the red swirls in the D10, and we're gonna try and get all the bubbles out of the snake skin here. Just kind of unfold it, kind of work the bubbles out. Oh, you can't really see that texture all that much. That's okay. And then we're gonna shove this in there. I'm gonna tear off this little piece because that piece actually you can't see very well. I'll try and fold this out a little bit so you can kind of tell that it's snake skin. Very sticky. All right. Oops. Well, that's fine. Two separate pieces. Push that kind of in there. It's still coated in the clear. I'm going to push that in there. And that's fine. And I'm actually going to add a little bit more of the red swirl. Just because we added a whole bunch of clear there. When we added the snake skin. I'm going to push it around a little bit with some of this red. I think that's plenty of that. Let that sit for, where's the lid for, oh, right here. Let that sit like the other one. I'll put this over here because I'm just going to need the blue on top. The other ones, well, like I said, I'm gonna let that sit for a minute just because it is easier to keep the layers separate when the it's a little bit thicker. So once I let it sit a little bit longer, it'll get thicker and thicker and thicker. Make that even easier to keep those layers separate. If I there we go. There's a fine line and kind of fill those up. I might end up using this. What if you did the hand on a different layer so that you could then resize it? I don't know a ton about digital drawing, but I don't know. Is there a way to do, oh, you have? Oh man. Ignore me then. Please ignore me. Alright, let's add some of this to here. The defeat is not getting it right the first time. I mean, I get that, but also, you'll get it. And if you don't, it's not a big deal. It's just a hand. Right. I know, it's a very long stream. This is about as long as I go. I think one of my longest streams is like 5 hours and 15 minutes. I don't know why the stream has taken so long, but it has. I spent a lot of time cutting up resin scraps, I guess. Alright. Put off to the side for now. I'll need that later, but that's okay. Alright. Yeah, I don't believe it either, Pasts. It's yeah. A little bit of purple. I'm over here squinting at all of my things, like, where's my star sticks? Okay. So I took my glasses off. It's hard to wear my glasses and the respirator at the same time. And now the hand is too small. Oops. Hands are fake, art is fake, nothing is real. I mean, yeah. Just pretend it's a stylistic choice, right? It'll be fine. at that. It's a little bit, it looks orange here, and then it's a little bit red. So we're gonna try your. The hand is too small. No, it isn't. Alright, we're adding a little tiny bit of that clear yellow. A little bit more yellow. And I think that's, I'm gonna call that good. I'm gonna call that good. Oh, I wanted a little bit of gold for this as well. Problem is that this is coated in, let me grab my rag over here. I have some shop rags that I use for this. Come on, come on. Get in there. It's trying to stick to my tweezers instead of the resin. Come on, go get in there. Okay. Let's grab one more little tiny piece. It's because I got resin on the tweezers and now they're all sticky. Alright, I think that might be good. I think maybe this will be the one. Fingers crossed that this is the one. So I added some like giant chunks of gold foil, but that's fine because I'm going to stir this up, and as I stir it, those will break up into small pieces. Maybe I need a little bit more. Let me break that up a little bit. That's definitely lighter than my lightest one so far, so that's good. That's good. I think this is gonna be the one, folks. I was having so much trouble. I think this is gonna be the one. Make sure those are correct. Just want to make sure nothing's poking the sides too hard. And I'm gonna let this one sit a minute as well because I don't want all the gold to fall to the bottom like it did last time. So, what I'm going to need is, I need the clear for these. Let's say 20 at most. So I probably use about 60 in these. So about 20 in each one. So let's go for about 20 milliliters in here and see how it goes. I'm going to go down to about the 60 mark. That's about 10 to 15. And if all else fails, I'll add a little bit more resin in here and we won't end up using one of these cups of cut up pieces, and that's fine. Alright, there's about 60. I'll grab something to stir all of this up with all of this glitter. And it's kind of just like a mulch, like it's obviously very, very kind of thick because it has all of these little pieces in it, and that's fine. I'm just kind of trying to get it so that all of this stuff will kind of stick together. And I'm going to add a little bit of it to each domino mold. Alright. These are nice, I think. Oh, cool. I've got kind of that gold foil kind of mixed in as well, which is something I was concerned about. Alright. Do I want to add a little bit more resin? That's the real question. Oh yeah, feel free to send the link in chat, Jen. Thanks for asking. Did you finally get it, or are you just showing your pain? Yeah, add a little bit. That's one of the bigger ones over on this side. So I can get in the way. You think you got it to where it won't haunt you at night? I mean, that's good. I feel like that's a little bit of a bare minimum, but it's something. It's something. It's like the legs on my crow over here, just like, that's not quite right, but it's not so bad that it's gonna cause me problems. Okay, I gotta follow the links and see. It just kind of looks like the person's very buff, I think. So yeah, I think that looks, yeah, it looks good. Cool. Ooh, I like the, I like the, like leather, like the fur, belt. That's very cool. Also, I don't know if it's going to change, but I appreciate that it doesn't look like she's wearing a top, because I really want to play like a buff barbarian lady who doesn't wear a shirt and doesn't understand why other people are concerned about it. Just because she's just like, I don't know, she's raised by bears or something. She's like, that doesn't make any sense. Why do people wear clothes? It doesn't make sense to me. So I am going to spread this out a little bit so that it's a little bit more even. I'm just trying to get kind of an even amount in each one of these. Oops, let me go back to my Twitch streams. She's not wearing a shirt and frankly wears clothes as a vanity. Exactly. You're already designing my barbarian lady for me. That's what I'm hearing. I forgot about that character until you posted that photo. I was like, oh yeah, I had an idea for a barbarian lady. Because I remember my vague idea for her was that she was, I think, raised by bears and had no concept of clothing. I was very confused by the whole thing. Basically. And I think she was going to be, because I think one of the barbarian paths is, you know, like totems sort of thing, where you have some sort of different animal sort of background. That was I think that's where I came up with that. Alright. I think these will look kind of cool when they're done. Like I said, I've been wanting to do the some dominoes for a while, and it's one of those things where it's like I've been wanting to work on that, and I just haven't gotten around to it. Like a lot of my projects. So I'm glad I finally got around to it. It definitely took a while. This is definitely a long stream. Anyone who's new here, my streams are not usually this long. They're usually about 2.5 hours, 3 hours. I've had a couple that've gone to 5, or a little bit over 5, but it's not the norm. I was just cutting up a lot of resin at the beginning, bemoaning the fact of a stream is a benefit to you. You see, don't you work tomorrow? Oh no, I feel like I'm I don't know, not aiding and abetting. What's the right word? I think these are going to turn out kind of pretty. I'm not. Alright. I'm giving you a hard time more than anything. You got like 12 hours exactly before you go to work. Oh, okay. That works out. Have I mentioned recently how much I enjoy being self-employed? I have, yeah, there's so many, like a little annoying things to it to a certain extent. Like definitely have to be a lot more self-starting, which is difficult for me. But at the same time, it is very nice being able to make my own schedule, and I don't feel like I'm wasting anybody else's time. Unless things are running late a little bit, then I feel kind of bad. Like I said, I always feel bad when my like things on Etsy say they're overdue, even though like partially because I'm just a sure mood with education. Yeah. No, but when things say they're overdue, even if it's like I guess okay, I guess to be fair, usually it's pretty okay when things are running a little bit late. I feel like because I feel like I've been doing a fairly good job of communicating with people, which isn't something that I've necessarily been good at in the past. I've been actively trying to let people know where their stuff's at. So like these dice, sleep, plug your ears for a second. I probably should have started on these earlier than I have. Part of it was because I was waiting for some stuff to come in, because I wanted some more options. But part of it was just that I didn't realize how much time had passed. Because again, I have no concept of time. And that's part of the reason that I have to write things in my planner like, hey, you need to work on this person's dice this week. Because I need to get these done. These are due soon. This is why I need due dates. But I feel like as long as I let people know where their stuff's at, usually they're pretty chill with whatever. Not with whatever, but like people seem to be very understanding as long as they know what's going on. So I've definitely been trying to do a better job of communicating with people about where we're at. You want to get a bachelor's when you have big money? Alright, that sounds like a good plan. What do you want to get a bachelor's in? Or do you even know? It's fair if you don't. And the secret to service jobs of any sort is communication. Yeah. You have no idea. That's valid. That actually worked pretty well, I think. So let's do another 20. Moving down to about 40. Hopefully I have enough of this stuff. You feel like your associates in graphics design is like nothing foolish. You know, I have a general science degree. I have a general science degree. I didn't necessarily want anything to do with it, quite obviously. I could absolutely get a job doing something sciencey where I live. There's a lot of science and engineering here. There's a lot of medical. There's a lot of that sort of stuff here. But really, I got it because it's what I was close to, and I wanted to be done with my degree. And I kind of, like, looking back, I wish I had gone to school for something that I enjoyed. I enjoy math, I enjoy science, all that stuff, but I wish I had gone to school for fine arts or theater. Because those are the things that I really love doing. Fine arts and theater. It's been a long time since I've done any theater. I was really excited to do some theater again, and then COVID happened. I was like, finally, I'll have some time to actually go out and do some community theater. And I was looking into auditions and everything, local community theater and all that sort of stuff. And that worked out so well. literally your diploma is your silence parents paper. Yeah, no, pretty much. It's not even my parents necessarily, but it is to a certain extent. My dad was always very, very adamant that I get a degree, but just random people too. Oh my gosh, I went to university. I went away to university, and I was there for about 2 years, and then I got a job offer, so I came back to my hometown, and I was very excited because I had got this is a job. It was a job that like it was a career. It was something that I could have done for years, and I did do it for years. I did it for 5 or 6 years. But there's people there. One of the guys that I worked with, I liked reminding him that he'd been working there longer than I had been alive. It was that kind of job. Like people would stay there. It was actually a wonderful place to work. Just wasn't a good fit for me. But I got a job. I had interned there a few summers when I was in high school. And I was very excited to tell people about it, just because I was like, I got this job. And it seemed like every adult, I don't mean I mean like every adult that was a generation above me. I think people my age were also excited for me, but the first question was always, okay, cool, when are you going to go back to school? And it's just like, what's the purpose of me going to school? Isn't the purpose of me going to school to get a job? If I got a job, why does it matter? Like, what is your purpose here? But that's, yeah. I do have a fine art minor, though. That makes me a little bit happy that I have a fine art minor. And I don't know why. It just does. I think part of it's just I love taking art classes. I kind of think of art classes as an excuse for me to do art. In the same way that I think of streaming as an excuse to do art. Because like I said, I'll stream art projects that I have been wanting to work on, but I just haven't made the time for. So I'll just not take the time to actually create things, even though I love doing it. I just never actually think about it or take the time to do it. I think of art classes as kind of filling that same sort of space for me, in that it reminds me to go do arts projects. And it gives me ideas for things to create too, obviously, since it's just like, I like having parameters to a certain extent. I like having sort of guidelines of, things to, things to create. So a little more of that. Yep, let's put that piece somewhere. I have a big flat piece here I'm trying to get to sit there. Alright. That moment when it's almost 2:20 in the morning and you're making Alfredo pasta. Oh gosh! Oh gosh! I hope you don't have to get up early in the morning. Oh man. Oh no. But also Alfredo pasta. Good choice. I swear my streams don't usually go this long. I want to have enough that I can start adding it to the next one too. All of your classes are online. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. You can have whatever schedule you want. I was never very good at online classes. I finally kind of got them figured out to a certain extent. It's for the same reason that I didn't do well at university, as opposed to like when I came back, started doing things one class at a time. Just because I would never remember what needed to get done. Like the biggest lifesaver for me. Let's see. Wait. So I've just become a night owl of stay up until 7 a.m. Don't wake up until 2 or 3 p.m. Sounds like my brother's rotating schedule. I think he's getting up early in the mornings now. His sleep schedule always like flip flops. He slowly rotates it. I think he's using a rowing machine right now. I think I can hear him. But my biggest like brain lifesaver has been having a bullet journal. I've gotten into the habit of using it, which is the important part, really. Because obviously, I've tried to use planners before and it's never really worked for me. But the bonus of like a bullet journal is that I can tie in my love of arts and crafts, and it keeps me engaged. Otherwise, I'll just forget to use a planner. And then the other reason that I've stuck with a bullet journal is because it makes me so much less anxious. Because I don't remember. I'm very bad at like structuring things without writing it down. Just very. Oh, I hear a kitty cat out there. It's just very difficult for me. Just like scheduling and figuring out what needs to happen when. And so having a planner has been so nice because now I don't have to try and remember all the different things that I have to do. I just have to look at my planner and it will tell me. And as long as I keep it updated, I don't have to worry about trying to remember things on the spot. I just add things as they happen, and then I check it every morning or in the evening before the next day. Usually I check it in the evening and I check it in the morning, but I'll add little things in the evening and that sort of stuff. And that way I don't have to try and remember that I need to get up at a certain time or I need to do a certain thing. It just tells me. And I know that I have to put into it what I'm then getting out of it, but like it's so much easier to put in a whole bunch of little individual things than try to remember all of those little individual things at the same time. So I can't do that. I can't remember things. We're back to the memory thing. I don't remember things. Let's try and spread out some of this. I just want some. Just adding a little bit of clear here to try and fill in that little gap there. Yeah, let's see, what time is it for me? It's like 12:20 for me. I start at 7 o'clock for me. I don't know, I kind of wonder sometimes if I should. Oh, you're in the same time zone as Scryer, I think. No, you're in the opposite. Her 10 is my 12. Yeah, opposite direction. Never mind. What was I gonna say? I can't remember. I do kind of wonder like what time zone folks are in for the most part, and whether my streaming time is good or bad. But I think it's just gonna depend. Like it's all just gonna depend. So I might as well just stream when it's convenient for me. That one has some air under it. Let's flip that over. I don't want air underneath it. I want these to be stuck down as much as possible. I don't want big gaps. Alright. Alright. I don't want these pieces that are sticking up. Let's try and add those where Might be a little thin. Want these to be, for the most part, kind of flat, because again, I'm gonna add another layer, and I don't want you to be able to tell which one is which. That's the goal here. All right, there's the first one. I'm gonna grab my thing for stacking things too high. I think this fit on here. Hopefully this fits on here. It will. I think I can probably stack these on top of each other. Hopefully. We'll find out. Oh. Hair on my finger. There's cat hair everywhere. I do wonder how many cats are waiting for me outside the door. All of my cats are very sweet, and when I am in here and they are locked out, quite often they will be waiting for me. One of my cats will sleep on a tool chest that's out in the hallway, and I'll sometimes find the kitten just like laying right outside the door. They're all very sweet. Let's see if I have enough. I don't know that I will. It's going to be very, very close. There's another cat hair here. There's always cat hair. Chicken Alfredo sounds really good though. I had pot pie for dinner. That was why I had apple pie too. My brother had a whole bunch of apples, so he decided to make a pot pie and an apple pie since he's going to be making crust anyways. Decided to do both at the same time. So I am set for the next few days as I eat leftover pot pie, because it's really good as leftovers. He makes a good pot pie. I never liked pot pie as a kid. He does it more as like a casserole, I suppose, but I was never really a fan of chicken and vegetables and crust. I don't know, I didn't really like it as a kid, but I like it now. Why didn't I like it as a kid? I don't know. I did have the realization the other day, so we ordered pizza the other night. My brother and I live together, if you couldn't tell. We ordered pizza the other night, and I have never really liked mushrooms, but he likes mushrooms. So we ordered a pizza, and half of it had mushrooms on it, and half of it didn't, which is perfectly fine with me. I can just pick them off if I end up with some on my side. And there was not a ton of it left, but got put in the fridge as leftovers. We both eat cold pizza, and the next day there was one slice left, and it was a slice with mushrooms on it, and I don't really like mushrooms, but I had kind of a thought of, a lot of my tastes have changed since I was a kid. I haven't really eaten a lot of mushrooms since then. So I just ate the piece of pizza with the mushrooms on it, and it wasn't really bad. I couldn't really taste the mushrooms all that much. I don't think I want to eat, just plain mushrooms, but I guess maybe now that my taste buds have changed as an adult, it's just like, whatever. It's a mushroom. Purple piece is just stuck up on the side there. Let's push that down. Alright, this stuff is starting to get thicker, which is sort of a good thing, because it means that I can start doing the second part of these dice over here, because I was waiting for it to get a little bit thicker so that the two parts, the clear with the red and the blue with the gold, wouldn't mix too much. I want them to be a little bit more defined. And I think we're getting to that point. These are getting a little sticky. These are sticking to my stir stick here. Try and lay some of these down flat. Oh no, that's okay actually. Get all this cat hair out of here. Why is there so much cat hair? Get out of here! It won't be too noticeable. I don't got many. Okay, I don't care. Put this. Okay. Let's do another. Do another 20 milliliters in this last one. And we're going to be cutting this very close. Well, if all else fails, I'll just, you know, make more later. That's fine. Maybe I'll just I'm just going to do this. And I don't have to. I guess it didn't really matter because there's all sorts of glitter in this one now. Oh well. I'm going to go to about 20. There we go. Perfect. I've gotten good at estimating as I pour into these cups how much it is. Oh, so difficult to stir. So let's see, tomorrow's Thursday. I'm thinking about my schedule now. So yeah, Thursday's usually my day off, and I'm going to be working. I need to make some listings and stuff. I need to ship something tomorrow. So alright, that's looking a little bit stickier. That's what I'm going for. Oh, let's get all that glitter in the bottom. Before I do that, I might actually fill in these because I want to add any extra resin I have over to that one. So let's start gently layering some of this resin into these molds. And like I said, I want these to be kind of distinct layers, so I'm going to try and add this fairly gently. Start the D20 here. I don't want to displace it too much. That's really the main concern here. And I'm going to put this in all in one spot, and all that blue is going to go whoop up on the side as I make it really like add all the kind of the weight on one side. So that's the concern. My other concern here is that it's going to be thick enough that it's going to be difficult for me to get that red in there. But let's see how that goes. We don't necessarily want a ton in this one anyways, just because we want to be able to see that gargoyle. See that gargoyle. See his little face. So we'll just add. There's definitely a swirl in there. I don't know if there's one behind the gargoyle, but we'll just kind of shove this behind his wings a little bit. I think I will not draw feet for self-care. Oh yeah, drawing feet. Well, shoes, but still. I always have like difficulty figuring out like the angle of shoes, I guess. I don't know, they just always look weird to me when I'm trying to draw them. I don't draw a lot of people though, but right. I'm gonna add a little tiny bit to the cap here, just so that I don't end up with any like air bubbles caught in between, any of that sort of stuff. Alright, let's add some more to this one. This is the one with the bones in it. And again, I'm going to try and gently layer this on top. I'm going to try and be fairly even in how I add it. Because again, I don't want to displace all that blue to one side, so I want to try and add it fairly evenly on both sides so that the blue stays in the bottom. I'll fill this up. And then I'm going to do the same thing with that red. Oops. Let's not leave all that there. I want to try and avoid ending up in the blue. I don't want this red in the blue. I don't want purple. I'm just trying to get streaks of this red, so I'm trying to be careful with how far down I go, but also, you know, go down far enough that it actually ends up being all streaky. Now that I end up with the hair in there. And that one might be, looks like I have some swirls in there. So we're gonna add a little bit more clear on top, and that'll hopefully help make sure that the red swirls are evenly dispersed as well. Alright, add a little bit of clear to the lid of this one. And again, I just don't want to get like air trapped between the lid and the base. Moving on. This is the one with a little not a locket, little lock in it. This is for a rogue character. We do lock picking. So a little metal lock in the middle of this die. It's been suspended with some clear UV resin, so that hopefully it will kind of stay in the middle. I just want to try and keep things as even as possible. Just to try and keep things as weighted evenly as possible. And that's the idea with that. So the reason I'm tapping down the red a little bit away is because I don't actually want a ton. I want more than that though. Come on. There's like I said, there's a fine balance. I want it to actually look like streaks of red. I don't want it to just look red. So there we go. There's some streaks in there. Again, I'm trying to get it down far enough that it's all streaky. I don't want to get it in. Oops. The blue. That's maybe actually a little bit more red than I would have liked, but we'll add some more clear on top, and hopefully that will help. The lock fits so well because your rogue has a +20 to Thieves' Tool checks. Oh man! That's so many! That's so much! But I mean, rogues be like that, man. Rogues just be like that. What system are you playing? Are you doing D&D, or are you doing like Pathfinder, or? Alright, we'll do our last little bit of blue on these. This is the one with the snake skin. Again, gently layer it on top. Oh, 5e, okay. 5 of that comes from a magic item. Oh, okay. But still, rogues just be like that. Rogues just be like that. Alright. I can see that there's a bubble in there, but there's not much I can do about it. I'll see how this goes with the shell. Again, I'm just gently layering this on top. Same as before. Alright. Oh, I never actually poured this. Why didn't I pour this? I can't remember. Oh, because I want the gold to not sink. Rogues are so, let's see, rogues are so funny, you grab a bunch of D6s and laugh every time you stab. Yeah. I played a rogue once in 5th edition. It was really fun. Um, and his whole shtick was that he was dressed like a bard. He was dressed in like the most flamboyant rainbow outfit imaginable. And the whole idea was that he was part of a traveling like bard troupe. And the way that he would steal from people was by getting chummy with the crowd. You know, you're part of the troupe, you throw a friendly arm around someone in the crowd, you pick their pocket at the same time, no one's gonna know. That was his whole thing. It was you know, sometimes a good way to be stealthy is to be overly friendly, and that was his whole thing. He would pick your pocket with a smile on his face and an arm around your shoulder. I'm gonna add some of this gold at the top, because there's not enough gold up here. Alright, let's add a little bit of this here. Your first D&D character was a rogue? Very nice. Like I was saying before, I grew up playing D&D. I always played a ranger. And actually, I don't think I've played a ranger in 5th edition. I played a ranger in Pathfinder. I haven't played one in 5th edition. What have I played in 5th edition? I played a paladin, I've played a rogue, I've played an artificer, although I played an artificer. I've played a fighter. I've played... What else have I played? I haven't played a... Rangers in 5e are apparently unfortunate. Sad. Alright, put some extra resin here. Alright, let me set these up here. Get these out of the way a little bit. This is... I have my little lid here that I use to put all of my dice in while they're in the pressure pot. It fits in there perfectly, and also, because of the way the molds are, they overflow a little bit, and it peels right out of this lid. It pops right off, which is very useful. So maybe I don't want to play a ranger in 5th edition. Sounds like they're a little unfortunate. Okay, there's an 8. Put this over here, out of the way. Alright. There's our D4 mold. Got this. Set this over here because that needs to go in. You did play a game last night with your Blood Hunter. Oh. How did that go? I haven't played a Blood Hunter before either. Time is an illusion. We're gonna add another. Oh no. First permadeath. How sad. It was poetic. Well, sometimes I feel like depending on how that goes, it can be like, was it on stream I was talking about this, or was I talking about this with some friends? I can't remember. About how there's some things that are so perfectly sad that they make me happy. Where if something is executed really well and it makes me feel genuine emotion, it makes me so happy that it was done so well. So if it's like one of those things, which sometimes it can be, depending on how it's executed, or how, in this case, how the character is executed. You got the killing blow though, and how do you want to do this was an homage to said friend. Oh yeah, mood. All right. Okay, so I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one that gets happy that some things are sad. Part of the reason that I've put off making, this is completely unrelated to anything, part of the reason that I've put off making Dominoes um, is because I was figuring I would add them to my shop, but I don't know how I want to package them. Let's see, the PC was a literal murder machine. We were robots, and she was just freed from being stunned and held by. She was just freed from being stunned and held by a tentacle of a psychic kraken, and then she got chomped. Oh man. Let's. I'm gonna try and add this somewhat evenly among these. All right, so this one could use some more. This one could use some more. This one probably use a little bit more. Yeah, it's gonna thick. This one. Oh, this one could definitely use some more. And this one I could probably use a little tiny bit more. And this one over here could definitely use more as well. And we'll flatten this all out and see if we need to rearrange some of these. Alright, let's try flattening some of this out. So your character got their dual-sided blade and sort of did a fancy flourish with it. The PC that died had knives for hands and liked to dance a lot. Against her murder machine programming, so your character tried to mimic her. After their second attack, they got. How do you want to do this? So they basically just sword ballet all the way up to the Kraken's head and stabbed it in the eye. Oh, how sad though. How sad. Plenty here. Just trying to spread this out fairly evenly amongst all of these. Well, it might actually be a little bit too much in this one. I don't want it too tall because I want to be able to be able to add another layer and not be able to see all of this stuff from the back. Oh, but what I was saying though was let's do a little bit out here and put this in some of these ones. These ones could use a little bit more. Oh my. But yeah, part of the reason that I haven't made these is because I was figuring I'd make them and probably end up adding them to my shop, but I don't know how I want to package them. I guess I could do like a bag, but I kind of want to do like a box, and maybe like a resin box, but I'd need to figure out a mold for that. I think I'd probably find one online, but I don't know. I'm still debating. Might be easy to just do a bag, but it's not as fancy that way. I'm gonna read your comment in just a second. I'm just getting towards the end of my work time as usual. I always take forever to make things. The PC got to have a nice happy memory before her memory shorted though, so it was a nice send off. RP Skitter the Monk though, you were so fucking cool. Oh. There's another hair. There's another hair. I'm trying to think of I'm trying to think of character permadeath. I had a druid that died. I wasn't too upset about it because I didn't quite understand how to play the druid. That was in Pathfinder, I suppose. To be fair, the other characters could have rezzed me, but instead they fed me to my pet plant. Yeah. that was an interesting group. They had the funds to res me, and they just decided to feed me to my plant instead. Thanks, guys. But to be fair, I came back as one of my favorite characters, Eamon. So I wasn't too worried. I wasn't necessarily planning on playing her after that anyways. I was kind of thinking I'd have her sort of retire almost, but come on, stick over there. Stick where I want you to stick. But that was, yeah, we were fighting like, it was like a combined elemental. We went and fought, we found all these like elemental summoning portals, basically. And then, we basically summoned the elementals, and they got harder each time, and then finally we ended up in like the final area, and it summoned like a giant elemental that was like a combination of all the other elementals, and it was a crazy fight. Again, when my brother DMs, he does a lot of cool homebrew stuff. Usually, he makes very fun. He likes making like different. He likes adding his own like magical components and stuff. Like he likes adding kind of his own magical items. He also likes giving the party far too many magical items. But I mean, I guess as long as you set up your fights and everything for that, it's not a huge deal. But I do like to tease him about it. Because that game, he gave us a lot of magical items, but it was like part of the world. And so I gave him a little bit of a hard time about giving us so many magical items. He's like, it made sense for the setting. And then we played again, like I said, this summer, and he gave us so many magical items, and he's just like, yeah, I know, okay, maybe this is a me thing, not a setting thing. I really like fights where you don't necessarily fight traditionally. To be fair, I've like nothing against like a good old fashioned D&D fight where it's, you know, your party versus a monster in the middle of an open field. But like that one, we were fighting a whole bunch of mobs, and there's just a whole bunch of them, and we had time to prepare, and that's just kind of fun, where we got to like set up our base and figure out what we wanted to like put where, and what items were we going to use, and traps we were going to set. Like that's just fun to me. But I'm also that same person that likes to talk my way out of fights in D&D. Like one of the most fun campaigns that I played, we barely fought anything, and that was because we either prepared or we talked our way out of it. I played a bard for that, but I think that might have been 5th edition, but I didn't understand how to play a bard. No one really explained to me how like actions and bonus actions and everything worked. So it was very confusing. But like there was, I don't know. I'm that person that is gonna talk to the random gnoll that just ran towards us than like fight it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't play murder hobos. I'm always the one that's just like, hello there, dear gnoll. How are you doing? Actually, that just sounded like my paladin. My paladin was like that, but How may we assist you? I think that same, not the paladin, but the same game, there was like, it's either orcs or ogres or something. You're like weird with D&D? What do you mean? In like how you like playing it or what? I think everyone likes something different with D&D, so I don't know if there's a non-weird way to play D&D. Oh, it's a very mechanics-focused game. Or, yeah, that's fair. You're with combat. I don't mind like a healthy dose of combat every once in a while. Like, it's kind of fun to have a mix, but the one of the things that I love about D&D is seeing people come up with creative solutions to problems. People using like a magic item in a way you wouldn't expect, or working together to get past a puzzle. I like it for kind of the puzzle aspect of it more than the combat aspect of it. I'm the opposite of a murder hobo. I don't know. I guess I think of it as kind of a puzzle adventure game. Obviously role playing has become heavy role playing has become a more of a thing that has become very popular. I guess that's the good way to put it. You find another system that's less combat, but you refuse to learn new things. This brain is in 5e hell. But I think part of it is just how you can play it how you want to play it too. Yeah, a lot of the mechanics are perhaps combat focused, but I feel like you can still kind of work around that a little bit, because the other stuff maybe doesn't require as much mechanics. You just have a little bit more leeway with some of the more like RP stuff or the puzzle stuff. You still have skills checks and stuff if you want to set up puzzles and that sort of thing. I almost don't mind it because it gives you a little bit more option for some of the more like RP and social stuff. You can set up basically make whatever character you want, or if there's more rules for like that sort of thing, maybe you wouldn't. So I don't know. There's pros and cons. There's less structure, which I guess is a pro and a con to a certain extent, because you don't have as much of a clue where to go, but also you have more options. You don't have to fit into the strict guidelines. The solution of the matter is that you must always play bards. I should play a bard. I feel like bards are interesting because they're good like puzzle solving. They're a good puzzle solving class. To be fair, playing an artificer has been fun because they are very much not a combat class. They are very much a utilities class. At least the version that I was playing. I don't know if that's probably not the canon artificer class, but the type of the one that I found online at the time is very much a utilities class. It's very much about like setting up sort of buffs and things for your partner to make sure these look relatively the same. Yeah, I think that's good. It's a good sort of mix. Let's set that down there. Let me see if I can stack these. I think I can. I just don't want to I don't want to create a seal. That would be an issue. That might be an issue. Give me a moment here. Let me think about this. I have a solution. So my issue that I was just thinking of is I don't want to create a seal between this silicone and this silicone. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a little bridge out of popsicle sticks. And that should hopefully keep the one on top supported. There's another cat here. Get out of there. Keep the one on top supported, but make it so that it's not going to create a seal with the one on the bottom. Because I don't want that. And these are just long enough that they fit across there. So I think that was a good plan. Yep. And everything's pretty flat, and I'm not going to have the silicone trying to suction itself. Alright, last little bit of resin here. I'm going to, oops, that's the wrong thing. I wanted one of these. So one of these. This is put this in. Oh man, I've gone 6 hours. This is the longest stream that I have ever done. This is by far my longest stream. We'll just go full blue for this one. And there's the lid. I'm actually going to make, what's that? I'm actually going to make another crystal D4. You grow stronger. As I stream longer, Jen's power only grows. No! Oh, I have no problem streaming for a long period of time. I enjoy streaming. I'm just not, I don't watch a lot of streams. So, like, I don't know, I don't want to, like, I don't know. To be fair, people are not obligated to hang out by any means, but I felt bad on this one just because I invited someone to come watch it to see their dice get made, and then I've taken a long time in making their dice. But for the most part, I enjoy streaming. It's just been a long one. You're obliged you live here. That's true, that's true. At some point I will have to get out of Jen's house for the night. And then we'll put this last. It's okay, we got a futon. Alright. Perfect. We're all hanging out at Jen's for 6 hours. Alright. Cut a couple of extra D4s. I like having a few of those. I know! It's been so long. We'll do another. What do I need more of? I need some more D10s that are orange. So I'm going to use up a little bit of this. And some clear probably. Yeah, it's been 6 hours. We're almost done for the night. I'm just using up the last little bit of this resin, and then we're gonna spritz the top of these with some alcohol to pop all the bubbles, because it breaks the surface tension on top. Some people use like a heat gun or a lighter to pop all the bubbles. I just use rubbing alcohol. Ooh, actually, hopefully I'll use rubbing alcohol. We'll see. It might be a little bit out. I think I need to get a different container for my rubbing alcohol, because I think the one that I have at the moment for spritzing is not airtight, and that has made it so that it evaporates. What my alcohol does, which is just not useful. Not useful. Alright, let's put these. I actually don't have a ton of dice this time. I didn't think of that, but We've got a little bit of clear, a little bit of blue left. Let's see here. Let's do another D4, I think. I have all of these D4s. Well, I make extra D4s like this because I usually, when people order a set of dice, I'll give them a little bonus D4 in there, like just a little extra bonus thing. What color? We'll put some red in here. We're gonna do some swirls of red in here. Do it slightly differently because I'm just gonna drop that in there. And then we'll put that in. So I try to have a few extra little crystal D4s laying around. I'm slowly moving over to using the crystal shape instead of the triangle shape in my sets that I do. Not the commission ones, but the other ones. Commission ones are still the triangle D4. Although people end up with a little bonus D4 usually. That's what one of these will end up being. I still got extra resin, so let's do. Actually, I ended up with a little bit more resin than I expected. Let's add a little bit to some of these. I think some of these could use a little bit more. I'm gonna get a bit of a layer. I want it to be coated. I want there to be a full layer of clear here. I'm nearing the end of my work time. It's very, very gummy now, which is sure indicator that I'm towards the end of my work time. I usually take a long time. That's part of the reason I will make only 3 sets of dice at a time. For the most part, is because if I try to do more than that, quite often I won't really have enough time with the resin. Just because the resin does have, a certain amount of time that I can work with it. And I've kind of pushed it as is. A little bit up here. Otherwise these ones look good. And I'm going to add some to the other set. And then we'll get all these lids on. I think my alcohol is evaporating out of here. I'll add some more. And a little bit for now. So I can find a better container for this, because I don't want. Oh, there is a seal in here, but. So I'm just gonna spray these with some rubbing alcohol, and it's rather gummy at the moment, so it's gonna have a little bit more difficulty, but we'll let it sit for a second, and it should pop it should break the surface tension, pop some bubbles. Oh, I don't have any clear on here. That needs some clear. I missed it. All right. That one has some clear on it. Alright. Let's add a little tiny bit to these if we need them. Just a little bit there. These ones actually look pretty good. There's a couple of cat hairs. There's always cat hairs. Free cat hair with every purchase. I think I usually bring it in on like my sweater and stuff. Alright. So I'm just going to go across like this. And go across like this. And that one looks pretty good. And we'll add little tiny bit more. I just got a little bit of extra clear here. I'm just trying to fill in any little gaps there might be. Gonna go through and check. There's little spots that could use a little bit more because I do kind of want a whole layer. Everyone has called you my sugar mama now. I feel empowered. Wait, who else has called you that? Is there a group thread I don't know about? I mean, I'm not saying it's inaccurate. Everyone being your friends you've given dice to, Beta at one point. Like I said, it's not like it's inaccurate, but it just works. I'm not gonna blame you. Alright. Alright. Alright, we're almost done here. Just adding that last little tiny bit. Little tiny bit. Just kind of scraping it on the edges here. I think it might need it. And if these stick to the top a little bit, that's fine. It's not gonna, they're already covered in resin and it's not gonna be in the way, so. I think that's looking pretty good. I'll grab a couple more here. And I think we're all set to put these in the pressure pot. Let me just put these lids on. Make sure our bubbles are popped. Alright. I'm just making sure that my popsicle sticks here are holding everything up properly. Alright. Try not to get too much cat hair in there. Alright. So while I was sitting here, looks like most of the stuff up here got popped. I just pop a few of these bubbles manually. These bigger ones. Not as worried about smaller ones. They will get squished down in the pressure pot. Okay, this also needs added. That's actually a little ring mold that I just have turned upside down so that the little, oh here, let me get this so you guys can see. Alright. It's just a little ring mold that's turned upside down so that I can have the little sphere upwards. Let's put these on. There's so much cat hair, guys. So much cat hair everywhere. There's one in here. Alright, and then I'm just gonna kind of make sure that these are in the right spot. Click into place. I don't want to press them down too much, just because I don't want to squish out all of the resin. I want there to be a little bit of extra resin so that when those bubbles get, condensed, there's enough extra resin to take in that space. The one exception to that, oops, let's not get resin on me. I'm dressed all fancy. Is this one, which is a slightly different kind of mold. If I don't press it down, it will not seal correctly. So that one does get pressed down. But the other ones, nope. Okay, this one is. Which one's this one? Oh, this is this one. Alright, so this is just Little bonus D4. It's thick enough that I'm trying to kind of wiggling things into place. Make sure everything's down because it's thick, so it's not really moving around as much as it might. D6. Let's get the little bubble out of the corner there. Make sure that it's filled in with resin. And it's a little bit up. There's kind of a lip of resin on there, but will hopefully sink down a little bit. I might grab some rocks to hold these in place. That sounds extreme, but just a few rocks to hold the lids down. I don't want the lids to come up at all. I haven't had a ton of issues with it. I do every once in a while. But since I'm putting these in so late, this stuff is at the end of its work time for sure. I want to make sure that the lids don't rise, because if the lids go up, I end up with gaps, and the faces just don't sit quite right. They're up too far, and it's just a whole bunch of work to try and get them correct. So let's get these all situated. Like if it was up, if there was that much of a gap, there'd be an issue. I'm gonna just try and make sure that all of the corners are in the right space, so that it has room to fall down into the right space. That made more sense in my head. Oops. I'm getting a little tired, I think. There's another hair. Trying to get some of these bubbles out of here. Alright. Here's a bonus D4. And again, I want to make sure that the lid is in the right spot. I might actually, some of these, I think I might do a little stacking. Part of the reason for that is that it will hold down some of these ones that aren't really clicked into place as well as some of the others. You love late stream. I'm glad that you enjoy it here, Jen. I really do. It makes me happy that you're having fun in my little weird streams of arts and crafts. I'm glad that I'm happy to see people enjoying anything that I make. And it's always a joy hearing about your lore. You always have lore. Like the best way. It's always so much fun lore. But really, I do enjoy that you come and hang out, and I'm glad that you enjoy it here. This is why you're the lore master of the stream. You always have lore. Mostly wizard lore. Sometime sun god lore. Sometime buff 8'6" lady lore. Just want to make sure all these sides are down. That's the important part. If the sides are down, usually the middle will end up okay. Here is the D8. Time, space, brain, eating anomaly lore. Oh, okay. That took me. Ooh, how did that end up like that? I'm actually going to shove this in here. No, I'm not going to shove that in there. I don't want any drips on that, because that just causes problems for me. As long as that stays upright, we're alright. Okay, here's the D8, I believe it was. I'm going to make sure that that clicks into place. I'll probably have to put something on top of this one. I'll probably put this one. Put this one on top of these three. hold those down because that one seems to be doing all right. All right, we've got a full pressure pot. There's not a ton on top this time, but I've got my 2 layers. I'm gonna take my gloves off just so because it's easier to transport things. Let me see. Yeah. All right. Give me a second. I'll show you my pressure pot as I'm going. Actually, I'm gonna put this down here first. I'm gonna put this in first. I got my pressure pot over here. Go in, and then this is gonna go in. Oh, so I gotta make sure that the lid is on as tight as possible. Because what I don't want is leaks. And usually I have like a little bit of air loss, but it's negligible for what I'm doing. It'll go, so in the 24 hours that I need to have these in here to cure, it'll go down from about 40 psi to about 30 psi, both of which are perfectly reasonable for making clear casts. I don't know if you guys can hear me very well over here. I'm trying to be a little bit louder. But I want to get the lid on as tight as possible so that I can avoid air escaping. Oh. I'm trying to tighten opposite as well as possible so I don't end up with it uneven. I want the lid to be on as even and as tight as possible. And I just want to hand tighten it. Alright, give me just a moment. I'm going to measure some air here, I guess. Give me just a second. Alright, that's at 40 psi. And we'll let those sit in there for the next 20 to 24 hours before pulling it. Yeah, you can see me in twice. I'll just go there. Yeah, so those will be in there for the next 20 to 24 hours, at which point I'll pull them out. And then they'll have to sit for another 24 hours and I'll sand them and get them ready to go. But thanks everyone for stopping by tonight. It's been a long one. This is my longest ever stream at 6.5 hours. That's crazy. I've done like 5 hours before at a max. I don't know how it ended up this long. That passes reduced stretch. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Ooh. But thank you everyone for stopping by. I stream every Wednesday and Saturday night at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I hope all of you have a good night or morning or whatever time it is for you. I will hopefully see you guys on Saturday. So, see you later. You too. Thanks for stopping by. Alright. Bye.